Historic District. That will then be followed by Central City 2035 Plan. I'm just going to say right now, so y'all can help me remember, if I will try to be good about asking if there's any conflicts before we go to each agenda item, but if you know you have a conflict, if you can make sure you get my attention, that'd be great. So, items of interest. Mike?
Yeah, I sent around a description of an upcoming Eco Roof conference in Portland. It's going to be great, and not the least of which for the fact that Dusty Gedge from London will be here, who's quite the character. He's an ex-circus performer, gone Eco Roof builder in London and around London. So I sent you all information about it, so I encourage anybody who can make it to do so. Do I need to, like...
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm
sure they're working on
it.
Okay. I'm turning mine on and off in between. Maybe that will help in the meantime. Chris, go ahead.
So Maggie and I had the opportunity to meet yesterday with a delegation from Tunisia who were on a study tour here in the U.S. to look at decentralizing government decision-making and encouraging community input. So it was a lively exchange for an hour in English and Arabic.
Very neat. Thank you for doing that, both of you. Anything else? Eli?
Some of you met Dan Prolick, who coined the term missing middle a little while ago when he was in Portland. He's coming back on October 6th and 7th, and we'll be doing a walking tour of middle housing types in a new location in Southeast. I was just scoping that now, and we'll have a full morning talk of that Friday and happy hour on Thursday. So those interested can look up 1,000 Friends as the host and maybe join us there.
Any other items? Doesn't look like it. So with that, Joe, Director's Report?
I'd like to direct everybody's attention to the memo that's in your package, the draft memo to City Council from the Commission regarding the Task 5 package. So you've had an opportunity to review this. We got comments back from some folks. There's a couple of additions. There's an addition on page 3 that's highlighted, and there's an addition on probably the next page. Page 4. So we'd like to sort of wrap this up and send it on. So if it's acceptable, let us know. If there's other changes, let us know. We'll get those incorporated and send it forward.
Mike?
Well, yeah, I just want to make a comment. The one change on page 3 troubles me in that, and I brought this up before, not that I don't have concerns about potential negative impacts on the cost of development, but this is the same kind of argument I hear all the time from the folks who are not terribly excited about conservation environmental regulations. It's going to have a negative effect on jobs, on the economy, and so forth, but there's rarely, if ever, a concomitant look at the other side of the equation. I realize this isn't exactly identical to that situation. I'm not going to harp on it and insist on any change or whatever at this point, but it does concern me that we need to look just as equally at the positive influence of regulations, codes, and so forth. I'd prefer to further expedite the review process if that's the concern. We discussed that before, but dumbing down codes and so forth and some of the regulations does cause me concern. I just want to get that on the record.
So since I added that, completely appreciate that. And I guess my aim or goal with that addition was not to necessarily be trying to dumb down codes, but to just make sure that we have looked at both sides. Because I think in general there's support for basically all of the items here. I just don't know that anybody quite understands what that looks like when they're all packaged together. And just like you would look at an environmental system, you need to understand the whole system and how it works together to understand if you've done more good than harm or harm than good. So I guess that's my end game with asking for, let's just make sure we've looked at the entire picture, and hopefully we find out it's all a positive response, we haven't done more harm than good, and therefore, no concerns.
Okay.
I'd love to have coffee with
I
you
will
to discuss
repeat-
further, Mike.
I will repeat, however, that, again, more often than not, the analysis, especially with conservation issues, is always the negative impacts on the economy and alleged impacts on jobs. And very rarely is there any analysis of ecosystem services, the contribution of natural resources to the local economy, on and on and on. So I'm just getting that out there. I realize this is a different scenario, and I'm happy to go, well, I'm willing to go along with it without making a
And I will,
bigger deal of it than I have.
and I will look to you to continue to remind us of that. How about that, as we continue to have that discussion? Eli?
I had one last minute thought that might be in addition to this letter, but might be handled in another way. When we were reviewing mixed-use areas of the city to identify what the zoning would be, there were a few areas that are extremely well served right now by transit, including 39th or Cesar Chavez and Powell, that staff recommended that we put a hold on that discussion because there would be an upcoming rezoning opportunity associated with bus rapid transit Powell Division. And if that project doesn't happen, though, and I've heard that maybe there's some life support issues with regard to that project, then there's still some prime spots that were, I think, requested by landowners, and we certainly seem to think might be candidates for like a CM3 or some other higher designation than what was on the books. So although in our recommendation to council, we put a hold, we just didn't review some of those potential upzones because there is a future process by which that would happen. I would be interested in inviting city council to look at that, and if they feel like they're already served well enough by transit, let's just do the upzoning now rather than wait for some future process that may or may not materialize. So I put in a 4-line description of what that might be as an idea just to our president and vice president, and I thought I'd just toss it out to the group to see what there are any thoughts.
So I guess what I'd like to know is, could you maybe read the 4 lines you'd like to add? And then just in general, is there support for adding that to the letter? And then if we've got support, we can ask staff to do that.
Okay. And I'm okay with staff chiming in on this too if I'm misremembering something right. Here are the lines I wrote. There were a few mixed-use zone sites at excellent transit locations where the PSC entertained a higher density designation but showed restraint because staff indicated that a broader zoning review covering those sites would be forthcoming as part of the Powell Division BRT project. One example is the intersection of Southeast Powell and Cesar Chavez Boulevard, where CM3 was contemplated. Should the prospects of Powell Division BRT and an accompanying zone review dim, there may be some sites, such as the one noted above, for which council might consider upzoning because the more intense use would be appropriate even without BRT.
So can I, maybe let's just kind of try to do this quickly, kind of get a thumbs up if you're in support of adding that to the letter or the memo. Looks like we pretty much got it. Do you want to recognize your thumbs down, Andre? Not to call you out, but would you like to explain?
Just the concern of Powell Division has enough problems probably right now, and life support's a good way to put it. But I think rushing the gun here a little bit with the zoning may be another burden that project probably doesn't need if it's going to try to get ahead. And I'm not a supporter of the project, but I do know putting zoning up is going to make the community even more excited about what they see as the disparity of that project and potentially will harden their opposition. And I say that in a way that would hopefully try to give it some support, because right now it doesn't have much community support.
Sorry, I just want to clarify, communities out.
Of color, neighborhood associations, there's not a lot of support for that project, and the issues of disparity, displacement, and I think there's a record of them being on, that they're not happy. And thus, it's a division project right now, almost. It's not a PAL division, it's a division project, as I understand it.
Yeah, I think there's definitely mixed support, but I'm actually going to go with Andre on this, just better safe than sorry.
Absolutely.
And the clarification I make is that I'm hopeful that if this goes in, that it's neutral on the Battle Division BRT project. I just know there's some locations where it's already extremely well served by transit, even if, independent of BRT. So those are the only spots I'm thinking. And if there's other locations that really would only become appropriate for higher density if BRT goes through, then that should happen when BRT happens. So I'm trying to sort of home in on a couple spots that that probably could support more density even without BRT happening.
Any other discussion on that? Would anybody else like to kind of revise their vote in? Okay, I think with that, we'll look to add that towards the letter. Thank you, Eli and Andre. So next item is our consent agenda, consideration of the minutes from September 13th.
Move the consent agenda?
All in favor? Aye. Oh, we moved really quick. Sorry, Mike.
Hi. No, it's cool. I wasn't going to suggest a change. I simply wanted to clarify something. Julie definitely got the spirit of my comment regarding the fossil fuel document, but it says the document, I said the document is pretty good. I said the document is excellent. And actually, I was, after the meeting, kind of regretting the fact that I just didn't move to adopt, given where the conversation was going later in the meeting. So anyway, that's just a clarification. I thought staff did a great job on it. They said excellent, actually.
Okay, so thank you, Mike. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, so next up on the agenda is Mass Shelters and Housing Zoning Code Update. This is a work session and recommendation. As staff comes up, I just want to, due to our very full agenda, kind of lay out my thought process on working through this item. And what I'd like to do is, we've got 9 items here. Basically take a consent vote if we can. So if there's items that somebody would like to discuss, if you could we can go around, let me know which items you'd like to pull for discussion. Otherwise, we could basically vote to keep others on consent and then do a consent vote if that works for everybody. Of course, if you pull everything off, then there is no consent. That's another way to go about it. So you got a point? Why they think? Go ahead, Joe.
No, it's fine.
Okay. Do you have some- Okay.
Okay, I guess I'd propose on eight and 9, based on discussions with staff. This has to do with definition of household size. I believe it's important that Portland extricate that from its zoning code, but based on discussion with staff, it seems more complicated than what I was proposing. So if staff can show us when that might happen, I'm comfortable having that not be part of this code update. So I'd be willing to withdraw those 2 from this list.
Before we maybe move past that, does anybody have any objections for moving those from the list? Okay. So is there any items remaining that people would like to pull from consent and actually have discussion on? Looks like Chris does, and then Michelle.
Yeah, given that staff doesn't support 6 and 7, I think we ought to talk about those.
Okay. Michelle?
So I have a few questions, and I wonder if it'd be most efficient to just sort of identify the questions now, and then people can tell me where it fits in terms of, does it get addressed in your staff report, or does it fit in one of these items? So the first one was, there's a reference to average length of stay is 180 days. And so I'm questioning, is average the metric we want to use? Because if you had somebody there that's 359 days and somebody there that's 1 day, the average is 180. So I just don't know why we're using average. I wanted to know if there was consideration given to good neighbor agreements. When we talked about, you were talking about increasing the number of beds in various facilities and the discussion with the providers about how many beds they needed to operate efficiently. And I just wanted to understand what they meant by efficiently. Was there some consideration given to how effective different sizes are at moving people out of this type of housing? Or if it's just, I can provide them food most efficiently or something like that? And then I wanted to know if was a cumulative analysis of the impact of increasing the potential size of these facilities. At the same time, we're looking at reducing heights in other contexts.
Michelle, just for my benefit, can you repeat what number 2 was? I was writing fast, but not fast enough.
I wanted to know if we talked about good neighbor agreements.
Thank you. Go ahead, Joe.
Those questions, do you want to go through those now in advance? Or add them to a,
Well, let's maybe see if some of these items get pulled for
great.
discussion for consent, then maybe it tags with one that we're going to discuss anyway, and we can have it as part of that discussion. If it's totally outside of any of those, then we can just address them as, before we go into further discussions on the consent stuff. I don't know, I'm thinking that through, if that's going to work or not. So are there any items that people would like to pull to have further discussion? Otherwise, everything else remaining except for 6 and 7 would be voted on consent. Okay, with that being said, then why don't we address Michelle's questions first, and then we'll do the consent vote, just in case it changes something.
Great, and then I think I failed to note that we have an amendment to discuss with you all on number 4. So if we add that to the discussion list, that'd be great. So average length of stay, I think I'm going to turn that over to Phil because we encountered the same issue, and I have an amendment to that to recommend.
So I think our amendment to number 4 may get at some of the issues with average length of stay. The intent of that was to keep that as a temporary occupancy to kind of work with the building code on that. And so if you look at I think Julie probably handed out a single page that is sort of code update number 2 that is specific to the institutional use categories. And if you look at that now, we say that's, we identify a transitional housing unit as a housing unit for one household that is occupied for less than 180 days within a calendar year. So hopefully that takes care of it.
Okay?
Okay, number 2, good neighbor agreements. Once again, I'm going to double check with Phil here, but good neighbor agreements were not part of our proposal. There's a history with them in terms of how they are able to be administered through the zoning code that I think Phil can address. When you look at the conditional use requirements for when you go above these thresholds we're setting for allowable as of right number of beds, the conditional use requirements for mass shelters very much are like a good neighbor agreement kind of topics, what happens outside, what happens inside, hours and the like. But we talked about good neighbor agreements and did not recommend it because of their administrative problems.
And I'm trying to recall if this actually came up during the hearing, but Ryan Dybert with Home for Everyone may have brought this up. But we had some discussions with Home for Everyone and also with some of the housing providers. And generally, oftentimes, Home for Everyone will encourage, if they're working with a provider to provide a shelter, they will encourage them to do either a good neighbor agreement or do outreach with the neighborhood. They were concerned about making that a requirement. And we don't really have very many places in our code where we require that. There's only 1 or 2 situations where we have that. And they're in situations that don't come up very often. So the sense we got from the providers themselves is to kind of let them be the judge of when it's most beneficial to interact with the neighborhood through a good neighborhood agreement.
And so in number 3, the increase in number of beds for efficiency, the discussions there were around staff, sort of thresholds of staffing and facilities. So once you hit a certain threshold, you staff it in a certain way, and that's inefficient for different kinds of providers. And we asked that question because we didn't want to just make up numbers that didn't really affect affect operations, like if there was a material difference, and that's what efficiency means in that case. And then number 4, the cumulative increase. So as we increase the as of right, I'm clarifying the question, as of right number of beds in a mass shelter, is that consistent with other limitations we are putting on, especially mixed-use properties, to keep their size down? Okay. Yeah, you know, the type of, for instance, in the mixed-use code, and that size of building and that type of building is not typically what you're going to find a mass shelter, a mass shelter provider is going to find or going to want to use. For them, and this is what we've heard from the providers, it's finding a property that's out there that they can convert to this use with relatively low costs. And they tend to be auditoriums or former commercial spaces, it's all typically one floor. And finding those has been the hardship, and finding those that where they don't have these additional hurdles of conditional use or parking requirements or some of the other things that we're taking out with this code is part of the solution. So the mass shelters, based on our experience of what we see, fit into existing structures more than they'll ever push the new development and push up against our envelopes.
Question. So going back to the good neighbor agreement for a minute. So we talked about, we don't use that very much in the city, and we didn't think it was necessarily appropriate here. My memory, and so correct me if I'm wrong here, is that we recently looked at using it somewhere where the applicant had to go in, try and negotiate a good neighbor agreement, but if they couldn't work it out, city council could say, you did your best, move along. It wasn't giving neighbors the ability to veto it. So is it set up in the code that if you can't get a reasonable agreement with the neighbors, it gets vetoed?
So the only two places, at least I remember, for the good neighbor agreements are Providence Park, and that's a whole different animal. And then maybe convenience stores is what we were thinking.
So didn't we have something recently about like event space? So like if you were PGE Park or something, you had to.
But that's
okay, well, I
right.
thought hospital, sorry.
Right.
I didn't think soccer stadium.
Sorry, yes, the
That's a new name
sponsor
of a
right now. And that's a pretty elaborate thing about parking management and for the impacts related to a major event facility. The BDS it would be put in the position of enforcing a good neighbor agreement unless the only enforcement is to say you've got one and you just check it off. But the way this proposal is working is we're trying to increase and create a track where, as of right, there's a certain guaranteed sort of scale that a shelter provider can reach. You go bigger than that, you're conditional use. When you trip into a conditional use, it's not as open-ended as a good neighbor agreement, but many of the topics are typically what you would find in a good neighbor agreement.
And to clarify, I'm not against increasing beds and recognize we're going into winter and this is important to deal with. It's just trying to understand how we do this in a way that it's most likely to be successful in the community.
And actually, Matt Wickstrom is here from Development Services if we want to elaborate, but I think when a facility, whether it's a mass shelter or other type of institution, has to go through a conditional use review, I believe sometimes conditions of approval of that conditional use review can result in the need for doing a good neighbor agreement for their operations. So that's another place where that potentially could get invoked. It's just not in the code.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So with that, does anybody, after they've heard answers to those questions, feel like pulling another item for further discussion? And if not, then maybe somebody could give me a motion to approve the consent items? Chris?
I would move that we approve items 1, 2, 3, and 5 as consent.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Okay, those pass. So let's talk about 6 and 7 and 4.
So we'll start with 4. Once again, this goes back to this amendment that we handed out, and I'll turn it over to Phil. This discussion is based on some state, responding to some state legislation that Home for Everyone made us aware of. So let me, Phil will explain it.
And so just to kind of clarify, because we had a memo that we sent out about a week ago, this two-pager that we had would essentially replace the last, let's see, it'd be the last sort of 2.5 pages of the memo, the part that has to do with Section 920. And essentially what happened was we were made aware of, at the state level, there's some Oregon revised statutes that, in fact, they've been very involved in regulating camping facilities, as well as even car camping. And we realized that our expansion of the transitional housing piece potentially could run afoul of some of those state statutes. And so we discussed this with our city attorney the last couple days, and also there was some concern on our city attorney's part about, in terms of the community service use category, how one would distinguish potentially between transitional housing as an accessory use versus a mass shelter, which is a type of community service use. So based upon those conversations, we sort of scaled back a little bit, I think, on what we agreed on that we would try to tackle 2 weeks ago. And so the main changes we made was we removed the ability to add transitional housing as accessory use to the community service use. We did keep it, we did add it to colleges and to religion and to schools, and it's still in there as religious institutions. So those 3 institutional uses can allow up to 4 transitional housing units as an accessory use. We removed the kind of somewhat vague, but removed the piece that said that it didn't have to be in a building. Once again, because we were worried that we were going to run afoul of this being considered some sort of a temporary camping type facility. And so essentially we just said that, we didn't have that part, that it can be potentially not in a building. And then we also clarified that to be a temporary use, that the occupancy has to be less than 180 days within a calendar year. So those are the main changes on that. I think it still expands above what the original staff proposal was, which was just the religious institutions could do this. I want to also point out that us, in keeping with some of the rules at the state level, we did add for religious institutions that not only can they do up to 4 transitional housing units, but they can allow up to 3 cars to camp overnight, and that's actually taken straight out of ORS. So actually, I know you wanted to kind of level the playing field amongst institutions, but actually at the state level, that's not quite a level playing field. So we thought it maybe be important, though, to allow that allowance for up to 3 car camping as part of a religious institution overnight.
Maggie, go ahead.
So can you be more explicit about the state statute? What exactly does it prohibit? Or it sounds like you mentioned 2.
Yeah, well, the state statute, there's 2 aspects to it. The state has a lot of regulations about camping facilities in general. And this is something that actually I was talking with Ryan Dybert from Home for Everyone, and I think they're going to look at talking to the legislature next year about potentially easing up on that. But the state has a lot of regulations that essentially they look at camping facilities as either being recreational camping, organizational camping, which are either youth group camps, school group camps, recreational camping, which would be campground or an RV park, and then they have a provision that allows jurisdiction to provide up to 2 transitional campgrounds. I think that was maybe somewhat based out of what was happening with Dignity Village, but once again, it's only 2 within the city limits. And then the other piece that they mentioned camping is they basically allow a religious institution to allow up to 3 cars to camp overnight. And so without a lot of more research and negotiation discussion, we were worried about opening up other camping situations and somehow somebody coming up and saying, well, that's not allowed through the OR statutes because you're allowing a transitional camping and you're only allowed 2, and you didn't declare this one. So we thought we want to allow some of this transitional housing to occur. We probably allowing it to take place in the building or a basement of that institution is better than nothing. But we wanted to stay cautious on the role of camping.
Do you have any follow-up, May? Good. Okay, Eli.
So does Portland still have the discretion to do, as I think you said we've done already, emergency declaration allowing 4 cars? Because I think that was the basis for the 4 number originally.
Yeah, it's unclear as to whether or not that's runs in violation of this. It's unclear also just exactly how these state ordinances apply to cities versus counties, because it's written for counties. So all that needs to be investigated, but we're solid with this approach that we're talking about and can revisit it if we find otherwise.
Okay. I mean, I wonder if the state errs in there, and if we adopt zoning code that's inconsistent, then it comes down to a suit, right? That's what would resolve it?
Well, I think and/or change at the state level. I mean, the initial information we got from our city attorneys was that even though this was within the county's section of the ORS, that it also applied to cities. Because it talked about all jurisdictions. And there are some parts of that section that apply to local, city jurisdictions as well as the county.
Go ahead.
Just real quickly, on the colleges, so would this allow a college to manipulate a little bit and pack more people in under a temporary 180-day into campus housing, even though let's say they're just students?
I think if it's allowed campus housing, I don't know that we would necessarily have an effect. What I could see happening is, I mean, we have heard of situations such as PCC having some students that are maybe temporarily homeless, and it may provide an opportunity to open up some space for them.
Okay.
But I think as far as whether dorms could have more people, that would probably be a negotiation between what the building code allows and what this campus has, unless the conditional use review had a very specific limitation on number of people that can live there.
Okay. Thanks.
Are there any, go ahead, Maggie.
To clarify, so the reason why you're eliminating transitional housing from accessory uses under community services is essentially that transitional housing would be considered core to the existing service? Because, I mean,
It's partially because one type of community service use is a mass shelter and/or short-term housing. And so I think from our city attorney standpoint, adding an additional sort of allowed accessory use of this transitional housing potentially makes the use category kind of ripe for interpretation and potentially loopholes. And so I think they were just concerned about providing that. I mean, there are a lot of other community service uses that are listed under there, but I think, once again, we're, in the interest of time, mainly, we were trying to be cautious. I think this is something that we'll want to probably work with Home for Everyone and look to see if there's a better long-term solution.
Okay, so does anybody feel comfortable making a motion at this point on number 4? And I'm guessing at this point, we'd be looking to adopt your revised language that you've passed out today, or, some type of motion, one way or the other?
Move that we adopt the revised language as presented.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? So if not, are we okay with just kind of doing general hands up and then make a full motion at the end? Okay, let's do that. So all in favor? Aye. Opposed? I'm not seeing any. So great, let's move on.
Okay. Number 6, this relates to the length of stay that's allowed as part of the transitional housing permissions, increasing it from 7 days, which it is today, up to 180 days, and treating that 180 days like we just described. Correct, Phil?
I think the original request was to look into potentially going up to 365 days. And I think there was some discussion about how that would be impacted by occupancies and so on with the building code. I think with a revised language in 920, we might have gone ahead and answered the question in that we're basically saying you can have occupancy up to 180 days in a calendar year. So I guess unless folks want to discuss number 6 further, it seems like we've already had a resolution.
So I agree. Let's just see if there's any more discussion. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on. Number 7.
Okay, number 7 is really the number of households that we're allowing as of right with this transitional housing accessory use. And today it is 1. We're proposed increasing it to 4. The proposal that was on the table when last time we met was up to 10. And also to limit it to 3-person units. The limiting to 3-person units is tied up in 8 and 9, which we're going to discuss next, because for our purposes, these are households, and the definition of household affects that. The call on, originally we set the number at 4 to be in line with the city's resolution that related to car camping in religious facilities. That was a number that brought both of those from one inside the religious facility to match the 4 that at least the city council resolution allowed in the parking. The reasoning behind that number was not much more objectively driven. So increasing the number and increasing that number to a size that the commission feels is both responsive to the humanitarian need that goes with transitional housing, but also responsive to the fact that there will be no review process. These will be allowed, and these are located all over city neighborhoods. It's a policy call, sort of a judgment call in that regard. I think we heard clearly that there was an interest in increasing the number over 4. The other suggestion that was out there for a while was 6. So, and so with the definition of household, so 4 households, and I think this is in the memo, you can have a family and 5 unrelated individuals. So at a minimum, with every household, you can have 6 people. So you just sort of do the math of how many individuals could be located or could live in 4 transitional units or 6 transitional units, and they're going to be located in religious facilities, in colleges, and in schools.
Do you have any further questions for Joe or Phil on that? Chris?
So I want to get into the logic of households here. So I think if I understand Eli's intent in proposing, 10 households of up to 3, and you're talking about the cumulative impact of 30 people at a facility. If you had 6 households of 6, which is what the current code would say for a household definition, the minimum, or well, it could be more than 6, right? It could be as many blood relatives as you have plus 5. So, but just say we use 6 for sake of argument, that's 36. So that's already more than 10 at 3. So would it be more sensible to limit the number of people rather than the number of households? Because I could see the fear of a neighborhood association, for example, that if we say 10 and, you could have a dozen people in a household, the neighborhood association could get pretty upset about 120 people, but if our intent is really to keep it around 30, can we find a way to say that doesn't require ripping up the code for our household definition?
I guess one of the things and this was a conversation we had with Eli about some of the issues. Our code is kind of wrapped around this definition of household. But oftentimes that's also something that can be sort of interpreted by the church or other institution that may be interested in doing this. And so this isn't always necessarily going to be revolving around homeless individuals. It could be revolving around refugee families and things like that. And so at that point, it seemed like, at least at this point, working with the term households might be better, because if it's an extended family that they're taking on, is that, do we want to have those, 8 or 12 folks that are part of an extended family count as a household? Do we want them to count against 20 or 30 people?
So if you think about the whole purpose of this, it's humanitarian need, temporary use, accessory use. So when we reason through it, and even the direction 8 and 9 may take us on the definition of household, it's more expansive than restricted. So we thought the most reasonable flexibility to give providers of transitional housing, especially in the context of it being a temporary use to respond to a humanitarian need, is to give it the flexibility to take a big family if that's what the situation requires, or have more individuals in the unit if that's what the situation requires. 180 days is the other mitigating factor for this. It's not a permanent use. The fact that it's in an institution like we've described is another mitigating factor, and the fact that all of those institutions that we are looking at allowing this in, to one extent or another, are sort of mission-driven and permanent residents of the neighborhood. So it's important for them to have a successful ongoing relationship with where the transitional units are located for their primary use. We thought that mitigated that issue.
And I brought up I think the 3 individuals doesn't make sense. That was a companion language. If a household was undefined by quantity, then that makes sense. I think this is an illustration of how things are unfortunately bundled together, where you could have one, say, church host 100 people as long as there's 4 large extended families, but they couldn't host more than 6, or 24, whatever it is. I think that this is an illustration of how I think our code would be best off getting to where you described, Chris, where we unbundle and we count people, but we're not there yet. And so that's why I'm okay. I think probably with 4, I probably would be happy going up to 6, but I think that when you get beyond that, then you end up getting into people doing the multiplication and saying this is too much.
And I guess my rationale,
Microphone.
it's on, yeah. My rationale going to 6 is, or above that, is I frankly don't know the size of the institutions, and I want to allow the flexibility for an institution to host according to their size.
Okay.
And I mean, keep in mind, this is in relationship to our mass shelter regulations. So, an institution where this is a main part of their mission may elect to establish a permanent mass shelter, whether they can fit within the by right piece or whether they go through the conditional use review. So what this is trying to get at is that in-between piece between the city declaring a housing emergency or declaring a weather emergency, which allows for temporary shelters, and, an institution hopefully maybe just on their own deciding to try to host folks without there having to be this housing emergency.
So kind of looking around, it looks like we've kind of covered our questions. Does anybody want to propose a motion?
And I've heard a motion that may be to increase the number of transitional units to 6 over the 4, or?
Let me try that on precise. I'll propose that we move that we strike what's written here and just change 4 to 6.
Second that.
Okay. So any discussion on that? And if not, we'll go into a head count. Okay, so all in favor of that? Okay, opposed? You me? Couldn't tell whether you had your hand up or not, Jeff, but but it doesn't really matter. It looks like it passes.
Okay, and then the last 2 are, oh, you did, you
withdrew
pulled
those.
those.
I think, yeah, it's since Eli's recognized that we're going to work on that later, and in interest of time, I think I would appreciate if we're all okay moving on from discussing those, and we'll take them on another day.
Well, with one coda. So I agree now is not the time to take that on, but we have said that several times now during my tenure on this commission. So I'd like our final motion on this to include direction to staff to find a project soon in which to take on the definition of household and modernize it.
Chris, then I suggest you make a motion that we wrap all these up, bundle it, you can add that, and we could take a vote, if you don't
All
mind.
right, so I move that we adopt amendments 1, 2, 3, 4 as modified by staff's amendment and Eli's amendment, and 5, and additionally give direction to staff to find a near-term project in which to review the definition of households.
Any further discussion? Go ahead, Eli.
Did you capture 7 going from 4 to 6?
I said that, I believe I said item 4 as modified by staff's amendment and Eli's amendment to go from 4 to 6.
Okay.
Right.
Second? Did you get one? I don't know.
I think we did. Okay, any further discussion? Julie, you want to call?
Yes.
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 Yes. Fabulous. Thanks for your work on that, gentlemen. Next item on the agenda is the design guidelines for new Chinatown, Japantown National Register Historic District. I'm just going to say I have a potential conflict of interest here since this is a briefing I'm interested in. I'm going to sit and listen, but I'm going to refrain from asking any questions. And Brandon, we're ready when you are. I know you're pulling it up.
Perfect. Brandon Spencer Hartle, Bureau of Planning and Sustainability, Historic Resources Manager. And I know I have a half an hour on the agenda. I will not take a half an hour, so I think we can catch up some lost time. What I want to do tonight is to walk through a project that Portland Development Commission and BPS have partnered on, which is the development of design guidelines for the new Chinatown, Japantown Historic District. And since some of what we're going to be talking about tonight pertains to historic districts in the central city, we thought this would both be good background on a current legislative project that we're working with the Historic Landmarks Commission on, but also to have an opportunity to better explain how Historic Resource Review operates in the central city and some of the considerations for the next agenda item. So for those of you who are unfamiliar with this historic district, it is a 10-block National Register district that was listed in 1989. It is north of Burnside Street, south of Gleason, and between 3rd and 5th. The district today is subject to 2 sets of design guidelines, the Central City Fundamental Design Guidelines and the River District Guidelines. And what design guidelines in a historic district seek to do is to address basically the approval criteria for new construction, additions, and alterations to both the historic contributing buildings as well as on properties that are classified as non-contributing. And I'm going to spend just a minute here talking about some background since it will come up again later tonight. In our historic districts across the city of Portland, there's a geography in which everything in that geography is part of the historic district. It's one collective resource that's made up of 2 different types of properties that have historic significance and retain their physical integrity, which are contributing properties. And then those properties that are either built in more recent years or have been so altered to not have their historic characteristics, which we call non-contributing buildings. So on the map here on the right, the orange or golden buildings are contributing buildings in the district, and then the white is vacant lots and gray is more recent construction. So the way historic district design guidelines operate is that much like your planning projects, it's a legislative process. In the case of historic district design guidelines, the Historic Landmarks Commission recommends to City Council. And so City Council will be considering a recommended draft of these guidelines in the early winter. Once they're adopted by City Council, the historic district design guidelines will serve as land use approval criteria in the historic district and work in conjunction with just the Central City Fundamental Design Guidelines to give clarity and guidance to Bureau of Development Services staff and Historic Landmarks commissioners in making their decisions on land use cases. As I mentioned, this is a collaborative project between BPS and PDC. There was a 10-member stakeholder advisory committee that was convened in February to help city staff and a consultant team develop guidelines that are appropriate for a historic district that's significant both because of its architecture as well as because of ethnic and cultural associations with Japanese and Chinese Americans. I should say that Chair Schultz served on that 10-member stakeholder advisory committee, and we had representatives from various different ethnic and cultural interests, historic preservation community, development, architecture, design, and the Historic Landmarks Commission. In the West Quadrant Plan, there was an implementation action item for this historic district that sought to develop new culturally sensitive design guidelines and development standards, and this project is intending to do that. And where we are in the process is, after the course of several stakeholder advisory committee meetings, 2 public open houses, and about a month and a half of public feedback on the proposed draft of the design guidelines, we just yesterday wrapped up our second of 2 Historic Landmarks Commission hearings, and now we'll move into the work session process with the Historic Landmarks Commission. We're hoping on October 24th that we can wrap up the requested changes from the Landmarks Commission and get a recommended draft forward to the City Council. So with that background, I am going to pass around 1 copy of the proposed draft design guidelines. We are making some changes to these based upon the Landmarks Commission's initial straw poll of where they'd like to see some changes made. And then, like I said, on October 24th, we'll work through some of the details of it. So I'll pass this around for you to take a look at.
Hey, Brandon, while you're doing that, I think it's important for me to clarify that I served on that committee as a representative of the client, not as a planning commissioner representative.
Could you just clarify the role of PDC and BPS? Like, why was this a joint project?
Yeah, really good question. And I joined the staff right when this project started, so some of the background I don't have fully under my belt. But PDC was able to provide some of the financial support to carry the project. And Sarah Harpole, who's here in the audience, and I served as joint project managers to both do the contract management with our consultant team to help us get here, and then also to work through the legislative process. PDC, with their headquarters located in the district, provided a good opportunity for us to have what we think was quality engagement from stakeholders, not just within that district, but people who have ties to the district. And between the open houses and some of the public engagement process that we worked through, that partnership made a lot of sense for this district.
And, you know, if I could add to that too, when we did the West Quadrant Plan in our work in New Chinatown, Japantown, there was a consensus reached, which actually was a big move on the part of the neighborhood, the community association, and the historic interest to consider additional height on parts of the district if we were able to come up with historic guidelines that would strengthen the ability of our review process to allow greater height but make it fit. And because the guidelines that we have currently in Chinatown are old and simple, and so they're not very useful in this regard. So that's why, in part, rather than wait till we all could get resources to do that, PDC stepped up to start the guideline process, and that's allowing us to move the whole package through as part of your consideration of the Central City Plan. And one of the questions that I have for Brandon, and just you can address it when it's appropriate, is that was the premise. Like, additional height will allow a major parcel to get redeveloped sooner than later. Bringing that development to Chinatown is beneficial to the district and our longstanding strategy to, protect, keep the character of Chinatown the way it is, and that includes the concentration of social services, but find other ways to bring other uses in there to balance the whole situation out and support the businesses. The size and the development entitlements of that block were thought to be more likely to produce development if we allow the heights, and the guidelines need to work together to do that. And so part of what we're counting on is that we come up with guidelines through this process that allows that to work. And if we were coming up with guidelines that didn't provide a path that we reasonably could see to get to a building that could, be taller in part and transition, and we should probably all rethink that strategy. So.
And I'm going to come back to Joe's question after a couple more slides, but the block in question, and this is a somewhat unique situation in this historic district, is that we have a full block surface parking lot that does not have any contributing historic resources. So unlike many other sites in this and other historic districts, there is one opportunity for a larger building, and that's something that came up in the West Quadrant planning process. We'll talk about a little bit more tonight when we talk about height limits in the central city. But let me walk through a couple more slides, and then I'm going to come back and do a little bit of a description of what our thinking is on that. So just a little bit more background on historic district design guidelines. They are adopted land use approval criteria that are intended to protect the historic resources in a historic district and maintain the overall architectural integrity of that district when new buildings, alterations, and additions are proposed. And so in a district like New Chinatown, Japantown, which doesn't have district-specific design guidelines, a challenge that our Landmarks Commission and city staff have are seeing applications for new buildings that are responsive to the district within the context of guidelines that may not be written in a way that is responsive to that unique historic context. So the opportunity with district-specific design guidelines in our most historic areas is that the Landmarks Commission and BDS staff will, we hope, see applications come in that are more tailored towards the district and on an easier path to approval than an applicant who is working with a more broad set of guidelines, but within a historic district. So while they are district-specific, they are context-responsive and discretionary. And so what that means is that the Landmarks Commission has to find those approval criteria to be met to approve a project in a historic district. And so we'll, again, talk about this some more later. But Landmarks Commission does have the ability to consider new construction proposals on a site-by-site basis to ensure that that proposal is appropriate for the historic district and meets the design guidelines. And so what that means is that there may be situations in our historic districts where a specific site may have a more difficult time reaching a height limit on the height map than a potentially a larger site or a different site within the district, which is to say the Landmarks Commission is using approval criteria that apply to the whole district on a case-by-case basis depending on the context, what neighboring historic buildings are around it, the size of the site, and then how the applicant would propose to meet the guidelines with materials, things like windows, step backs, height minimization strategies, those types of things. So we will be talking a little later about how that discretionary review plays out when we have height limits that probably aren't achievable within the historic resource review process. So I think I'll step back now and just address Joe's earlier question. In the West Quadrant planning process, Block 33, the open surface parking lot there at the bottom left of the historic district, was identified as an opportunity for additional height. The action item that called for the development of these guidelines was intended to open up that opportunity for a little bit extra height in a way that the applicant would be able to have a building that responds to the district's characteristics. And I think where we're at with the proposed draft of the design guidelines is we are intending the guidelines to be able to provide a path for an applicant to make the case for a building at whatever height we end up settling on that block. And the guidelines, as they're drafted right now, wouldn't preclude an applicant from making the case for a building that's a little bit taller than what the height limits are today. And we'll talk, when I come back later, we'll talk a little bit more about what those specific height numbers are. And I should also say, and this is something that we've heard at the Landmarks Commission, is that there's oftentimes a confusion about the difference between the design guidelines and the height limits. And we did hear a number of testifiers at the public hearings for these guidelines talk about specific height numbers. What we've been extremely careful to do is to ensure that these guidelines do not read as standards and don't specify a height in the guidelines that would be counter to what we have in the central city planning process. So let me get into the fun part here, which I think is most interesting. In design guideline documents, what we try to do is we have a title for the guideline. We have the actual language of the design guideline, which is the adopted approval criteria used by staff and the Landmarks Commission. And then we have a series of accomplished by statements that an applicant might use to meet that guideline. So what has been a really interesting part of this process is because of this district's ethnic and cultural significance, the project team has had an opportunity to really understand what design elements are truly unique to New Chinatown, Japantown, and what design elements we saw in this district 100 years ago that, if brought back, could help revitalize the neighborhood and add architectural interest to the new buildings that today, under the current set of design guidelines, may be difficult or impossible to achieve. So in the document, and this is the way that many of our historic district design guidelines operate, we have 2 chapters of background information. This gave us a huge opportunity to better explore the history and significance of this district The last time we did thorough documentation of New Chinatown, Japantown was in 1989. And since 1989, we've learned a lot about the people who lived in the district, the buildings that were built, the changes that happened when Japanese and Chinese Americans lived there. And so chapter 2 of the document gives us probably the best opportunity we've had to describe why this district is significant, to help an applicant make a case for a building that would be responsive to that history. Chapter 3 of the design guidelines are the actual approval criteria adopted by City Council that are used for historic resource review. So as I mentioned, there's background information in chapters 1 and 2. And then I think where things get interesting is in the design guidelines themselves. What we've proposed are 4 different categories of guidelines. General guidelines that would apply to any new construction, alteration, or addition project, and then guidelines specific to each of those 3 different types of change that would happen in the district. This is just, I'm just going to give you kind of a flavor of what these guidelines talk about. Again, because this district is significant and unique because of ethnic and cultural associations, we wrestled through design guideline language that we thought honored the district's history, didn't misappropriate those cultural groups that lived in and still live in the district, and that sought to allow for some unique design expressions in New Chinatown, Japantown that might not be allowed elsewhere. So things like projecting signs that are larger than generally allowed, recessed and projecting balconies, different opportunities for lighting and awnings on buildings, thinking a little bit about how we have textured ground floor storefronts, and then other ways to achieve sort of a unique district expression. Thinking about alterations and additions, looking at best practices for historic resources, while also being mindful of where there may be opportunities to allow for and encourage some greater change. And then also being mindful about seismic upgrades. We know that this is a district that has many unreinforced masonry buildings, and so looking at ways to help applicants best present seismic design strategies. And then some of the more, I wouldn't say difficult conversations, but some of the ones that were most interesting with the process was we're talking about new construction and recognizing that this is a district where everybody, or generally everyone, would like to see new construction and what that would look like, both in terms of sort of its stylistic presentation, the materials that are used, and then also thinking about how you allow for some of those authentic design elements to present themselves in new buildings. So what would balconies and awnings look like on a new building? And if the new building is taller than its neighbors, how we might mitigate for that height through different strategies that would allow for some taller new construction. So where we're at, like I said, we'll go into a work session with Landmarks Commission. We did want to give you an overview of this process because it's our hope in future years we'll be bringing forward more district-specific design guidelines. This will be the second recent set of design guidelines that City Council will consider. They just in May approved new design guidelines for the Skidmore Old Town Historic District. So we think we're learning a lot in these processes, and we do have an action item in the Central City Plan to look to the Grand Avenue East Portland Historic District for updated design guidelines in the midterm. So this is something that's on our mind as we think about how can we best manage change and make clearer to applicants the historic resource review process in the district. So I think with that, I'll stop and take any questions you have. And like I said, I'll be back up here in just a few minutes to talk about specifically in the Central City what we're proposing for height changes.
Any questions for Brandon?
Sequencing. I guess this is a sequencing question because I love Joe's summary of the Landmarks Commission is looking at the rules of the design rules of the game, and we through the Central City Plan review the heights allowed. And different decision-making bodies make those different decisions separately. So can you remind me what the order is? I appreciate that you're here as sort of like the go-between between these two groups. And are they going to make the decision first and then we decide what the height limits are, or does it work the other way around?
So it's an interesting question. These guidelines intend to be agnostic on height. So they're not trying to preclude someone from proposing a certain height. But we will be talking about height here tonight. So let me come back and talk a little bit more about that. But there is a little bit of a cart and horse situation. But we know that guidelines can change over time and new ones get proposed and approved. So what we didn't want to do is to conflate those two things.
Will it be bundled together when it hits council? Or, okay, so I guess I'm just asking, in terms of the time frame of these processes, the Central City 2035 process and this which one's going to make the decision first?
I believe the guidelines will get through city council first, just given our timeline for Central City 2035. The design guidelines will work with or without the height limits that you guys are going to be reviewing just later today. But whatever comes out of your recommendation for those, and what's in the draft recommendation now, are height increases in part of the Chinatown area and height decreases in other, and Brandon will explain that. Important piece of context, and we have a lot of this to talk about tonight, is by city law, the Landmarks Commission does have the discretion to look at what the required, or the allowed maximum height is, but reduce it on any given case if it's contextually important for the success of the design in the historic district. So part of what we're doing that you're going to see later is trying to acknowledge that there is a different kind of limit after you establish a historic district than before, but still leave room for variation in bigger buildings. So that's what we talk about later.
And it is a little bit of an awkward relationship that provides some confusion, especially to the public. And we've heard that in our public hearings on these guidelines, where people think, well, these are addressing height. And really what these are addressing are the characteristics of the building, whether it's proposed at a 1 or a 10 or a 15-story building. But there is a line, I'll represent the Landmarks Commission's testimony in the next agenda item. There is a line above which the Landmarks Commission would have a difficult or impossible time approving a new building because its scale may be so much greater than its neighbors. And we don't think that the heights that we're proposing in the Central City Plan are impossible to reach. They are potentially a stretch, and an applicant would be able to make the case for those heights, but they're trying to set heights at a more compatible level to what our Historic Landmarks Commission views as compatible and appropriate for the historic districts.
I have so many questions, but anyway. I can't ask any, so I'm not going to. Anybody else? Okay.
I mean, I also, one question, I don't know if this is, like, who gets the call? I mean, with the historic district, can the Landmarks Commission effectively downzone parts of the city? That's my question.
Well, it's the decision where that is sort of put on the map and put on the table is when we go through the process by which we establish a historic district. And so one of the implications of going through and justifying and choosing and voting, because that is a legislative change, correct, Brandon?
So the National Register District requires a public notice and opportunity for property owners to object to listing. And so when these districts were created, the Landmarks Commission made a recommendation. There were hearings held in Salem, and maybe here we have to look back and see where those locations were. But property owners had the opportunity collectively to decide whether or not to create the district. When the district was created, after that point, new construction alterations and additions were then subject to historic resource review, which was that discretionary review. When districts are first created, they oftentimes don't have design guidelines, and so it can be a little bit more awkward for the commission and staff to know how to evaluate a larger new construction project. Once district design guidelines are in effect, it's a little easier to do that review because there's a common language being spoken between the applicant and the commission. But effectively, when we create a historic district, they become subject to that historic resource review, which if you can't meet the approval criteria, the commission has the opportunity to deny the project. Now, that is appealable to city council.
That's the moment collectively we need to pay attention to the implications of creating the district and the reasons for it. And in the past, when we didn't adjust heights related to that, part of the story may have gone unnoticed, but the expectations are in the district that you have to treat it differently. And so part of what you're going to see later today is our attempt to make that more transparent.
So if I'm interpreting this correctly, this district already exists, right? So effectively, if we're in a mission as a group here to accommodate future people living here, workspaces, all that in our city, we no longer have the reins on how much can be built in that district, because the ultimate decision based on design factor is by the Landmarks Commission, and the height effectively can be done by the Landmarks decision. We can create a maximum height, but they could effectively reduce that if they so choose in the Landmarks Commission. So I'm not calling for a change here, I'm just sort of acknowledging that if we're thinking about new, in probably the creation of new districts, that doesn't go through the PSC either, or does it go?
So for new National Register districts, that would not go through the PSC.
Okay, so it seems like there's a little bit of we have a limited authority in this regard, which I think could be unfortunate given our mandate to meet planning goals in the big picture.
One of the things, and I'll represent it later additionally, is that the Landmarks Commission in their testimony on Central City Plan and in their conversations around these design guidelines look at historic districts as special and unique places within the city, and that when you walk into a historic district over time, you know you're there. And even a district like New Chinatown, Japantown, which may have some surface parking lots, some non-contributing buildings, they view their job at maintaining the overall district integrity so that as Portland grows, these become areas of sort of grounding for visitors, residents alike, that you walk into a district and you know you're somewhere special and different than the rest of the city or Central City. And part of that is how you deal with the storefront or how you deal with the windows. They also look at height and bulk as part of that as well.
Are there any other kind of general clarifying questions for Brandon? Because I have a general question just about design guidelines. Do they typically come in front of this body
For a briefing or a hearing?
for a briefing?
Yeah.
Because this is the first time I've sat on the commission with them coming through. I was just curious.
Yeah, we haven't written updates in a while. So now, actually, this is a product you're going to be seeing a lot of over the next couple of years, now that we're implementing our Central City Plan and the like.
And it's our hope that these district-specific design guidelines make the process more clear, transparent, and that they aid in applicants putting together proposals in the historic districts and not make it more difficult.
Okay. Any other questions? If not, thank you very much, Brandon. Appreciate your time. Oh, sorry, I missed.
Well, I may wait for the next briefing, but I'll ask, and if you're not sure, what percentage of Central City is within historic districts?
Ooh, that's a good question. So I'm going to start with citywide. Citywide, it's about 4% of the city is in a National Register district. And I have a map of the Central City that I'll show you at my next presentation. And so we can do a little squinting and see what it looks like. But because I don't know that exact number.
Great. Thank you very much, Brandon. So next item on the agenda is the Central City 2035 plan. This is a work session. I'm going to state right now that I have potential conflicts of interest. Well, I should probably state in general that my company does business throughout the Central City and have some potential conflicts of interest that I don't believe will be an issue. But that being said, I will recuse myself from discussions on item A1 and C3. And at that point, Andre will step in for me. Is there anybody else who have conflicts that they'd like to bring to anyone's attention? I'm the lucky one. Okay, Sally, we've got a full night ahead. We have many full nights ahead with you. Looking forward to it.
Thank you very much. I'm Sally Edmonds, and I'm the Central City Planning Manager, and we are really pleased to be here with you today to talk with you about the Central City Plan and work through the issues with you. Before I get started going over the agenda and the process for tonight, I just wanted to do just a very brief update on, for those of you who aren't as familiar with this, the Central City 2035 Plan is an update to the Central City Plan, the Willamette Greenway Plan, a natural resource inventory for the Central City, the Scenic Resource Inventory and Protection Plan for the Central City, and it's the first amendment to the comprehensive plan that you just adopted. So this plan is built on a large body of work developed over the past 5 years or so. The first group of projects on the screen came before you on their way to the City Council for adoption by resolution. The plans were somewhat conceptual and didn't address all of the items that are part of the Central City 2035 plan you have before you. The second list of projects either follow the quadrant plans or were developed on a parallel track. So you can see the quadrant plans up top, and below there are all the inventories, the bonus and transfer study, and a variety of other things. So at the hearing, one of the questions that you raised coming out of the hearing is, and people were asking why we didn't talk about height as part of the Southeast Quadrant Plan. And that's because we didn't have the scenic resource inventory complete at the time we were working on the Southeast Quadrant Plan. So we just didn't have enough staff to do all of this work at the same time, so it was done as we had the capacity to do so. We did a lot of outreach throughout all of those processes that I listed on the other page. In addition to the ones listed here, I realized I left out the map app and have to put in the map app. So you also heard testimony at the hearing about the West Quadrant Stakeholder Advisory Committee, and I've talked to you a bit about that. There was an ethics complaint filed with the Ombudsman by an anonymous group of Portlanders, and as a result of that inquiry, we implemented this after-the-fact disclosure process. And one of the questions came up was, are there any legal issues to be aware of? And we did, and we've included it in the public involvement volume of, which is volume 6 of the plan. We had asked the city attorney what happens if someone doesn't disclose information and participates in an action, and they said that it couldn't be voided by the courts just because of that sole reason. So that's the information I have for you about that. So again, the Central City Plan includes a variety of volumes. You have all become somewhat familiar with those, I'm sure. We published in June, had the public hearings in July and August, and received quite a bit of testimony, both orally and written. Staff went through all the testimony and organized it into these work sessions based on your interest, some of the issues that staff felt we should discuss, and several other reasons. So before you today, we have an agenda that includes height. We'll start with an overview by Mark Raggett, move into historic with Brandon Spencer-Hartle. Mindy Brooks will talk with you about scenic. Rachel Hoy will come up and talk about other height. Then we'll have height and zoning with Derek Dauphin. Rachel Hoy will come back to talk about green buildings. Mauricio Leclerc from PBOT will talk about parking code, and then we'll give you a briefing on the next work session. So you have some decision packets before you today. Each one of them includes a table and either a map or a memo to support it. And on the right-hand side, there's a discuss column that, and there are some items that are already checked on the discuss column. That means that you have indicated that you want to talk about those. We've heard some other commissioners are interested in a few other items, so those are listed on the screen. And we'll talk about those as each of the staff come up to talk about them. We'll mention these, but C8, D1, D2, E2, and F1. So we'll go over those as people come up. So our plan for tonight was to give you a brief introduction on each topic, provide more information on all of the items checked for discussion, and then turn it over to you. And we are hoping that once you complete your discussion, you'll either make a preliminary decision to either support the staff recommendation, amend it, or provide us with some guidance on where to go next. And then we'll come back with a package for you for a final vote, hopefully in February.
So so I'm clear in my mind, as we're going through the items in our packet, you have certain items that you've checked for discussion, and we've had additional items pulled for discussion. are we going to not discuss items not checked? Or, so I guess if that's the case, should I ask my fellow commissioners at this time, or as we go through each section, if they'd like to pull certain items for discussion?
It would be great if commissioners could identify them now, and if some come up later, that would be fine too, but if you identify them now, that'll give staff a few more minutes to prepare.
Okay. And do you want to do it for each section now?
That'd be great, thank you.
Okay.
Oh,
So,
quick question.
go ahead, Mike.
I downloaded all of them, and there's this great large sheet you gave us, but is there any difference between the two? Because I made all my notes on what I downloaded.
I believe it's identical
same,
to,
okay.
to
Good.
what we handed out, yeah.
Okay, so maybe let's just, well, we'll try to do them as a group. Does anybody, besides the items listed up here, have any other items to pull for discussion? Otherwise, the assumption is we will not go into discussion on those items in the interest of time. So if you want to make sure we address that, let me know. Andre? So at the moment, they're
All of
all
the
marked
A-
for discussion, so you're
All of the A
covered.
items are covered,
Okay?
are marked, yeah.
So if you guys notice, there's a discuss question mark column. So if it does not have an X in it, it means we're not planning on discussing it. So if you want to make sure we do, that's what you're looking for.
So those would be consent later. Okay?
Exactly.
E2, I just have some clarifying questions.
Okay, so
Yes, E2 was already identified,
it's been
so
selected.
yes,
That's
great.
good. That's great. Now we know more than one person wants to discuss it. Okay, B4, is that what I heard? And then B5, B as in boy. So B4, B5.
We will get an overview of the methodology from Mindy Brooks, and then we'll go point by point, so.
Okay. Andre, do you want us to add all of these? I mean, that's fine. So it sounds like we should be prepared to discuss each B boy item.
She will. Okay.
Okay? Any other items? I wanted to add, oh, you already got it, D1, forget it, you're good. Anything else? And if not, once we get to those sections, you can always pull another one at that time, but it just heads up. Yeah, Michelle, do you have something?
Just a question. So I assume we're going through them in the order they are in our stack?
Yes.
Okay, so if we're doing historic district heights and then scenic resources and then other height requests, are we going to be okay? If we're looking at scenic resources in the middle of looking at height changes, how is that going to work? So if we say we're going to protect this view, but we said over here we're going to raise this height, how does that stay consistent?
I believe we
Does that
can
make
let
any
you
sense?
know if there are conflicting requests. There are not conflicting
Okay.
requests.
Okay, so why don't we go ahead, since I'm kind of, oh, Maggie, do you have your hand up? No? Okay. Mike, was that a stretch is for you as well? Okay. Since I don't seem to see any other hands, let's go ahead and get going. Again, as maybe we go to start each section, kind of just give one quick opportunity again. And are you going to do an intro to A? Or are you diving straight into A1?
I want to invite Mark Raggett up to do an introduction here.
Are you doing an intro? And the only reason I'm asking is because I'm going to step out if you're going to talk about A1.
He's going to do an introduction to height.
Perfect.
He's just doing an overview. All right.
Overview, okay, there it is. All right, I'm Mark Raggett with the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability in the Urban Design Studio, and I'm here to do an overview on heights in the Central City. Hopefully briefly. It's an important thing to talk about. Again, I think the Planning Commission and Sustainability Commission has received a lot of testimony, both for more increased heights and a lot of testimony for lower heights in different parts of the Central City. It's an important thing to talk about, I would say, just because it's one of the first things people notice about buildings in the Central City is usually, oh my gosh, that is very tall. That seems very tall. How'd that happen? That's a tall building. That's a big building. So it's sort of a thing that is sort of most obvious to most Portlanders, the quickest. It's also a big part about how the city sort of intends to grow over the next 25 years. And I know this commission just spent a lot of time thinking about our growth plan in the new comprehensive plan. It's based around a series of centers and corridors, the largest of which is our Central City down in the lower right here, where we have, again, the biggest buildings, the densest concentration of infrastructure, the largest open spaces. So it's sort of where we expect to see the biggest growth. It's the largest in a series of different center types: gateway, regional center, town centers, and neighborhood centers. We have very high growth expectations in the Central City, interestingly, in the place where we have the smallest blocks. So the left here is sort of a series of block comparisons of different cities, and actually this goes back to the original Central City plan. Portland, the Central City, has the smallest blocks of a major metropolitan city in the United States. You see the kind of comparison in shades of gray here. This big one is Barcelona, actually, which is about four times the size of our blocks. Big, neat squares and big open space. In the middle, so we have a lot of growth expectations on a series of small blocks. We also, on the right, have a lot of land that is unbuilt in streets. We have about 40% of our land area in the Central City is in the streets. When you add parks and open space to that, you have almost half of our land area we're not going to be able to build on it. So we have a series of small blocks, a lot of streets, a lot of open space, which are great and frankly cultivated a pedestrian environment, a very walkable, very pleasant, very highly livable place to be, with a lot of small blocks that we need to accommodate a lot of growth. We've been thinking about height for a long time in the Central City. This is not the first time. The map on the left shows prior to the Central City plan. These numbers are small, I apologize. These numbers say 460 feet. So we had 460 feet. This is what is now Goose Hollow over here. We have the West End, we have downtown, we have South Downtown. So we sort of, in this map you can see we're starting to think about, well, maybe we need to be more strategic and careful about our parks and open space and think about stepping down to those. But we still had a lot of areas and beginning to think about views and sort of, are there other places that cross the downtown area where we might want to sculpt heights? By the time we got to the Central City plan on the right, you can see a hatch, which is where we might want to allow those heights, but only in return for a public amenity or a bonus. So we'll set the base height at a lower number and then be able to bonus back to a higher height in the right where you see the hatch. So in the Central City plan, we introduced a series of density and height bonuses, again, in return for a set of identified public amenities. We deploy our height, or sort of that tool in building height, according to a series of principles. And again, this is sort of a balanced mix of sort of some restrictions or lowering heights in some places, as well as sort of allowing higher heights in others. We do it, number one, is to signal important places. If you think of Pioneer Courthouse Square, or again, through the northeast quadrant plan process, we identified the intersection of Holiday and Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard at the Convention Center as a place we'd like to see very active, sort of large buildings. We step it down for light and air around parks, open spaces in the river. We step it down, you heard Brandon, you guys have already started talking about heights in historic districts. We step them down, usually like Brandon said, to kind of identify historic districts as special places with smaller buildings. They're more consistent with the existing fabric there of older buildings. We sculpt them around public views. We sculpt their heights to kind of preserve, protect, help frame identified public views. We also, the heights in the central city typically are larger in the middle and step down toward the edges of the central city as we approach lower density residential neighborhoods and other communities that surround the central city. Allowing taller buildings does allow flexibility in design. We've seen that works pretty well in the central city. So we have a series of smaller buildings, we have some mid-rise sized buildings, we have some high-rise buildings, and that variety has sort of added, I think, to the attractiveness of the place in the central city. We allow higher heights and bigger buildings where we have made significant investments in public infrastructure. I would encourage you to think about the transit mall, sort of the ridge of tall buildings that go along the transit mall there. And number 8, again, is that allowing increased heights in return for a public benefit or amenity. And again, the new Central City 2035 plan is focused heavily on affordable housing. So if you provide for the provision of affordable housing, either in the building or to a fund, we reward that development with increased height. These are just some graphics to kind of show that height doesn't work by itself. It works closely with floor area ratio. And so this is kind of an intro, quick 101 on floor area ratio, or what we call FAR. These diagrams show if you have a 9-to-1 FAR on a full block, one of our small 200 by 200 foot blocks, you could build a block about 9 stories tall. And that's 9-to-1. If you have, and again, that's where you start. If you have higher heights, you can sculpt. These all have the same 9-to-1 FAR. And sort of with higher heights, that building can begin to be sculpted. Again, perhaps for a residential tower here, or something moving more towards an office tower kind of floor plate to the right. So allowing more height, again, increases flexibility for different uses over time. At a little finer grain, again, if we have a full block site with an older building, we could build with lower heights a large block that might require the removal of that building to meet those growth targets or growth expectations. With more flexibility in height, this is about 150 feet here, we could preserve the old building, build a sort of a matching piece of a podium that comes closer to it. And with higher heights, you could help preserve, again, the historic building at a piece of a podium, and perhaps think about additional open space, or gathering spaces, green space in a highly urban environment. Allowing higher heights or taller buildings does not obviate sort of decades and decades of planning around the ground floors of all buildings in the central city. We have all kinds of development regulations that sort of address a quality pedestrian environment and the way that buildings participate in that experience. We will be talking about some of those through these work sessions, but the Portland Zoning Code is one category. Design review and design guidelines, so that affects almost all development in the central city. And we have, right now, the fundamental design guidelines have 35 or so design guidelines that address the quality of buildings. And there are whole chapters of that document that sort of address the pedestrian experience and the quality of design at that ground level. So not only do we have requirements for windows and doors and that kind of experience, we also have a lot of design guidance about how to put those on the ground floor of your building. We also have other tools by our other agency partners. This on the right is just an excerpt from the Bureau of Transportation's Pedestrian Design Guide. So while we're thinking about development on the private sector side, we're also thinking about the development in the public sector side of that right-of-way and that sidewalk space and how those two things come together.
Mark, can I ask a question about the ground floor and the streetscape? So one of the arguments advanced by the folks who've asked us to limit height is that a tall building, just by being tall and creating sort of a canyon, degrades the street experience for users of that block. Would you like to comment on that?
Personally, I think we have a lot of regulations that would say that they wouldn't degrade the experience on that block. We have a lot of attention paid to lower levels of that building, I guess would be my short answer.
So the mass looming above you does not detract from the experience on the ground floor?
Not necessarily. I have a couple graphics to show you sort of writ large the changes that we have in our existing bonus height today and tomorrow. And I want to say there's a few caveats about these. These are simplified. Some of you remember from other quadrant planning processes these kinds of graphics. This
these graphics don't show every single height change. There's too many, and the graphic would be too hard to develop. And I want to thank some of our other BPS staff for putting these graphics together. We've bundled, you can see across the bottom, the heights into sort of some different groupings. Basically, the darker the color, the higher the height. So in here today, we have up to 460 feet of height allowed. This is around the Transit Mall, Pioneer Corridor Square is right in here. And this is sort of a piece of the North Pearl District where we allow unlimited heights today. So generally, those are the darkest colors. Stepping down to the lower green colors are where we allow the lowest heights. So this is sort of the map today. I'll highlight South Waterfront is down here at this end. This is the Willamette River here. Lloyd District today, North Pearl District, sort of downtown and Goose Hollow, stretching toward the back over here. Our proposal, and I'll go back and forth a couple times to show you. Our proposal looks like this. So one of the big changes that we're proposing is sort of an increase in heights in the Southern Transit Mall here, and a lot more height in the Lloyd District over here, and some bridgehead, increases in bridgehead heights at the Morrison specifically, some of the Hawthorne. And this graphic also shows some proposed reductions, and not all, but some proposed reductions for the scenic resource inventory work, which you're gonna hear about a little bit later. Let me go back again, show you the existing, and then the proposed. You have questions? Yeah. Here, in here? Is it, am I getting it right here? Yeah. This here? This doesn't represent a change, no, in the Central East Side. Because I'm seeing. Oh, yes. Right there? No, I know. That may be a graphic oversight, perhaps.
Does that represent the historic height step-downs that are happening on Central East Side?
Oh, yes, that could be historic height. In here, that may be a historic height step down, actually. And I think Brandon will talk about that a little bit later. Thank you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
All right?
Question? Mark?
Yep.
Can you just briefly, in an overview, highlight areas where you're proposing increases and areas where you're proposing decreases from existing in a quick?
And that's the next slide.
Okay.
Is quickly on the, these are areas where we're proposing increases to bonus height. So one is those bridgehead, a few of those bridgehead portals that I mentioned. Another are a couple parts of the Pearl District. One, the southern piece of the Pearl District, and the other, the Pearl District waterfront. I'll go back to these in a sec. The third is the Transit Mall, that southern piece of the Transit Mall. The fourth is station areas, sort of right around this building here, the Lincoln Street station area, just out the door here. And the five is that part of the Central Lloyd District. And so if we go back here, Central Lloyd District is here. The stationaries and the Southern Transit Mall is down here. Bridgeheads, I mentioned earlier, Morrison, Hawthorne. Pearl District is Pearl District waterfront, which is hard to see here, but this is an increase here, and at the southern part of the Pearl District here. No. So we didn't propose to change heights in the West End or Goose Hollow.
So which planning process was it that set the existing height limits in the West End?
The 1988 Central City Plan.
1980. So those heights have been around since 1980. Thanks.
We also proposed some reductions in height. And again, we'll talk about these in more detail in just a few minutes. One is in the historic districts. Another is around some scenic view corridors. And we also propose to extend shade study requirements adjacent to parks around all parks in the central city. We will also, based on testimony, be returning at the next work session with an urban form recommendation for the park blocks. There was a lot of interest in looking more carefully at the park blocks and sort of how buildings step down or should sort of be formed, again, around those, the park blocks. We'll bring a model back and some ideas about how to do that at the next work session.
Quick question. So the part of the city that has no height limit would stay with no height limit?
The North Pearl?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
That doesn't propose change. All right? Thank you.
Go ahead, Jeff.
Question if I can impose on you. For the areas you showed where you're increasing heights, and also the areas, well, for the areas you're increasing heights, can you just give a quick snapshot of the thinking behind each one?
So it varied depending on the area specifically.
Well, you had about 5 major areas,
Yep.
just generally for each.
So generally, for the Southern Transit Mall, we've seen there's a lot of growth and development around and trying to support the light rail investment down towards BSU, and especially as it curves down Lincoln Street in South Auditorium. So there's a lot of interest in more flexibility for development down in that area. For the bridgeheads is sort of part of a larger strategy to kind of activate the riverfront in the central city. So there was, for a long time, we've been holding development back from the river, and sort of at some points, again, in between the historic districts that are on the waterfront, we were trying to bring more flexibility down to the bridgeheads, which are sort of pretty difficult to develop places today. So how can we get more sort of opportunity and create more, I think, hope for development that could bring with it a lot of attractions that were also sort of identified in the Central City Plan. For the Pearl District waterfront, this was sort of part of a lot of neighborhood conversations with the Pearl District Neighborhood Association. There was interest for definitely more urban waterfront in that neighborhood. There was also interest in linking increased heights to sort of preservation of older or historic buildings in the Pearl District. And the Lloyd District sort of had a lot of interest in catalyzing redevelopment, some of which is now occurring in and around the convention center, as well as, again, moving into the Rose Quarter and toward the Broadway bridgehead there. I'm answering your question.
One more.
Yep.
Where you're proposing height to sort of activate, generate more intense development, is there also increases in FAR? Or is the height sort of carrying the desire for more?
Generally, no. Generally, there aren't. It's just increasing flexibility for taller buildings. But we are looking into increased FAR in the sort of, again, the Southern Transit Mall area, sort of to support those higher heights down there.
Okay. So when I see a reference to height is needed to help us meet our goals for housing and meet our goals for jobs, if you're not changing FAR, height alone is not going to do
not
that.
necessarily.
It's the aesthetic, it's the design.
Correct, yes.
Okay.
It'd be nice to see a map like this related to FAR. I guess, I'm not sure how it would work, but so we can see carrying capacity of the area would be nice to see some form.
Yeah, well,
So just out of curiosity, if I'm Mark, maybe you're going there next, is what's the kind of end goal with what you're trying to put together there? With that exercise, Eli?
Oh, with FAR?
Yeah.
Well, I'm interested in knowing, I think my interest may be stronger in the direction of how many people are living using the space than how tall the buildings are. I think that's the lens I'm more interested in myself than height, because I agree that building height matters, but if you have a nice tree canopy along the base, that's what draws people's eyes. It's more about how many people are using the space. And when it comes to things like light rail investment, it doesn't matter that much how tall the building is, it's how many people are using that investment. So I see more of a linkage to FAR than to height, although I recognize height matters. But anyway, my mental framework is, and I think for some good reason the city would want to look at that too, because that's why you're locating it in these locations that you've talked about. That's why I think that the logic of it is more related to FAR really than to height.
So where I would go with that, and we are short on time, but is that not covered in the FAR map? And included in here, and that where it lays out FAR and where it's located and all that, and kind of understanding that piece of where FAR is? Or is there kind of
It could well be
another piece
covered,
of
but I
it?
haven't looked at it closely
Okay.
enough.
Okay.
I like these pretty pictures.
I do too.
We are planning to come back in November to talk about FAR and specific requests for increases in FAR and zoning, so.
Okay. Are there any other questions, kind of clarifying questions for Mark before we move on?
I guess, and I'm sorry, but this is sort of, helps me sort of develop a policy framework, because I have a hard time knowing what's the right height. I mean, I know architects love height, like, tall buildings are cool, but it's hard to understand. Height is, what's the right height? So this is the policy framework, is sort of following what Eli said. let's take the bridgeheads. You want to activate the bridgeheads. And let's take the south waterfront. You want to activate, you want more development because of our infrastructure investment. Are you telling us that regardless of FAR, height will get us that? Height will generate exciting new intenser development on the bridgeheads? Or does it work in tandem? In other words, is it height that's going to get a developer to say, I have a 9-to-1 FAR, I just can't use this block. But if you give me an extra 100 feet, that'll give me so much more design flexibility, I'm more likely to develop? Is there some evidence of that? Is there, what is it we're doing with height? I mean, I understand the aesthetics of height, but are we really creating the kind of more intense development we want?
Well, I might say that it might, in the case of the bridgehead, like the Morrison bridgehead, it might make development down there easier. It's a very difficult to develop place, given how low the heights are now and how sort of intensely difficult sort of and constrained that particular site is, given the ramps and the access, lack of access from NATO and the light rail on the backside in First Avenue. So in that particular case, I think it could make new development more flexible there. Again, that could sort of generate opportunities for new attractions on the waterfront.
So Mark, could you maybe go to the slide that you have FAR masked up in the different forms?
Yep.
Because I think that helps answer a bit of Jeff's question in that certain building types, uses, can only fill out so much of the block realistically. So for example, a residential building is never going to be built in go to that one, the other slide that shows the full 9-to-1 configuration right there in a full block, because you're not going to get light into units, right? So what happens is you start shaping the building smaller to get units that are livable, because they got light and air requirements, which means you now need the height to be able to use all the FAR that's available on that site. And so that's where the two kind of play together, and importantly, to kind of answer part of your question and part of your question. And so different building uses dictate the shape or the size of that tower, and then from there you need the height to fill out the rest of the FAR. So an office building might have a wider plate, and we see that evolve throughout time. So currently, we're seeing a lot of office plates that actually might fill the full block, but traditionally, we haven't seen that.
So you think putting aside FAR, height alone will hit our zoning capacity more likely, we'll get the kind of larger scale development with height?
Yeah,
Even
so
if you don't
correct.
have a company
If I have a
FAR.
9-to-1 site,
I hear you.
I need more height to be able to build more residential units.
Gotcha.
Because I'm not going to fill it up like that block.
Thank you, that was helpful.
Yep.
Well, and the other part of the approach is we actually tend to give more height hypothetically so that you have more flexibility about how to do that box. Our intent is not to have them filled up like boxes like that, to allow designers to design and have maybe smaller floor plates as they go up, but more height.
Any other clarifying questions? So let's go ahead and get started with A1. Andre, you're on.
Peek in here.
You get 20 minutes, Andre.
Okay, we'll get through this one. So A1, you're going to do an overview real quick of A1, and then we'll walk down through the map.
Ready?
Yep.
So I'm going to walk through our proposal for historic districts. Get started. And there was a question about where our historic districts are. We have 17 historic districts in the city of Portland. We have 7 in the central city. Those are up on the screen in front of you. I've labeled them, but it gives you a sense of where they are, where they're located, how big they are, what impact they have on the central city. Many of these districts, and these are National Register districts, many of these districts were listed in the 1970s, 1980s, and 1990s. We do have District 3, which is the Halpern open space sequence, which was listed in the National Register just a few years ago, and it contains all public properties. So I talked a little bit earlier about historic resource review. I want to spend a little more time talking about what that is and how that works. In historic districts, there are contributing and non-contributing buildings. The contributing buildings are historic. They contribute to the character of the district, even though everything within the district is technically historic. Those contributing buildings really are the special historic buildings that together make up the historic integrity of that place. Since 2004, City Council has had the authority to deny the demolition of contributing buildings in historic districts through a Type 4 demolition review. And so when I show maps of historic districts, and they'll be labeled, the blue contributing buildings, City Council does have the authority to deny their demolition. Alteration, addition, and new construction proposals in historic districts are subject to historic resource review, which we explained a little bit earlier. And the historic resource review approval criteria for each district can be found in the zoning code and in the district-specific design guidelines. So for those historic districts that don't have adopted design guidelines in the central city fundamental design guidelines and the area-specific design guidelines apply. But many, and soon to be most of our historic districts in the central city have unique district-specific design guidelines, like the Skidmore Old Town Design Guidelines up at the top right. To continue on about historic resource review, historic resource review emphasizes the preservation of historic resources, the use of quality materials and alterations, additions, and new construction, and the compatibility of new construction alteration projects within the context of the entire historic district. So I mentioned this earlier, when we think of historic districts, even though they're made up of component parts, we really are thinking of them as one unique entity. New construction proposals, as I mentioned earlier, have to meet the approval criteria to be approved. And as we talked about with Commissioner Spivak, the Historic Landmarks Commission does have the ability to use that historic resource review on a site-by-site basis. I'll talk a little bit about approvals in a few minutes when I talk about the specific districts. But the commission today is reviewing new construction projects in districts that had heights set before they were a National Register Historic District. We'll talk a little bit about why we're proposing reduction in heights in some of those districts, but just thinking that when we create a historic district, we haven't necessarily gone back immediately and fixed the zoning. So it may be in some of these central city historic districts that we set heights in 1988, but never had the opportunity to come back and say, is that really the right height for a historic district? And that's what we're in part talking about tonight. So a few of these, the next couple slides I have on the right, recent approvals by the Historic Landmarks Commission for new construction in historic districts. In part, when we come here tonight, we are having a conversation about unique historic districts, but we're also responding to a comprehensive plan policy that was recently adopted by City Council, Policy 4.49, Resolution of Conflict in Historic Districts. And we are taking a cue from City Council and this adopted comp plan policy that speaks to refining base zoning in historic districts to take into account the character of the historic resources in the district. And so that take into account is a bit of a subjective phrase, but what it's telling us is these are unique places and we need to be thinking not just about the discretionary design review approval criteria, but we want to make sure we get that zoning mix right too, to encourage the preservation of buildings and encourage infill that works with that historic district.
I have a question.
Yeah.
This seems the opposite trade-off that you described for the Japantown, Chinatown, where the idea was to increase the development capacity in exchange for having historic overlay. What's the consistency with city policy on?
Yeah, and I'll talk about that one block when we get to that district. In that case, we just felt like that was a unique block, full block surface parking lot that could handle a little bit more height and help meet multiple competing policy objectives of both preserving the district at a high level, but also allowing for some development that would help revitalize and help create a more of a catalytic growth in that district coming out of that West Quadrant plan. And so I'll explain a little bit about how we took to heart some of the different perspectives on what that height should be when I get to New Chinatown, Japantown Historic District. And there's only one block where we are proposing an increase in height in historic districts in what we're presenting tonight. And we just thought that was a unique opportunity to do something a little different, but still consistent with the rest of the district. So generally speaking, we're not proposing to increase height in historic districts. And I'll walk through the different districts in a minute. What we're generally attempting to do is to try to bring into somewhat compatibility the zoning within these districts that we never went back and took a look at. And then the other piece too is we really want to be consistent in our approach between historic districts. They're on the National Register of Historic Places, and maybe some are significant for ethnic and cultural associations, some for architecture, but within the historic resource review process and within our zoning, we want to have a relatively consistent approach to how we handle National Register Historic Districts. And then within the historic districts, we have some today that have vastly different height limits within a very small area, and thinking about that district as a unique entity and looking forward to how it will develop out and looking to make sure that that district maintains its integrity and has a unique sense of place when you come into it. And you'll see some of those heights in the district-specific conversations we'll have. But the other thing too, and Joe mentioned this earlier, what we don't want to do is we don't want to preclude an applicant from making the case for a building slightly taller than the ones that exist today. Our read of the comprehensive plan policy adopted by council is that we're taking into account the historic resources in the district, but we're not necessarily matching them. So and I'll mention the average heights in these districts. Well, some of these districts have average heights of 40 or 45 feet. We think an applicant can make the case for a building that's taller, but not so much taller that it overwhelms the kind of contributing resources in the district or starts to break apart the cohesiveness of that district when you're in it. And this building is a early assistance that came in for design advice request at the Landmarks Commission. It's a building in the Northwest 13th Avenue Historic District that's slightly taller than its neighbors, but it's still seeking to be compatible in its overall form and materials. This is another project that was recently approved through Historic Resource Review at the Landmarks Commission. It's a building that is responding to the design guidelines, and you can probably see that in some of the window openings and cornices and elements, but it is taller than its neighboring historic resources. So our general policy approach to historic districts, in the discussion draft, we proposed eliminating bonus height options in all of our historic districts. We thought that we should just pick a number for those historic districts and pick the right number for the district that's appropriate for historic resource review and not set so high that an applicant can never get there. And so elimination of bonus height was our first attempt at that. In the public comment period for the discussion draft, we heard a number of comments, some from the Landmarks Commission, that we needed to do some further refinement of height in 3 historic districts: the Northwest 13th Avenue Historic District, New Chinatown, Japantown, and East Portland Grand Avenue. I'll share maps and more information about those in a minute. The Historic Landmarks Commission's request was to reduce heights to 75 feet in those districts. And their request was that 75 feet in those districts is the height that they're most comfortable with, and could see applicants on almost any site being able to find their project approvable at 75 feet. After the Landmarks Commission's request of 75 feet, we had a number of conversations with individual commissioners and other historic preservation professionals in the city to sort of ask the question of what would be the right direction for the proposed draft. And what we found is in some areas, the 75 feet number might be close to appropriate. But in some of the other districts, that there was opportunities for buildings, we thought slightly taller than that based upon the existence of contributing historic buildings at or above 75 feet. And also looking at I'm going to get this right, looking at the existing floor area ratio allowances in historic districts and asking a question of could we reduce heights down to a point that was a proposal that would be more in keeping with the district, but not reduce them so much that they eliminated a property owner's ability to use their existing base FAR. And we think we can do that in the proposals I'll show you. So our policy approach was let's not take away the ability to propose full use of the base FAR, but let's bring heights down to something that is more compatible with these 3 historic districts.
Can people still apply for variances or adjustments?
The height?
Yeah.
So that's a good
Yep.
question. There is an allowance for some rooftop mechanical and other types of overruns on the roof, but that specifically would be a good question for Bureau of Development Services. In general, the building height on the height map is the maximum that you can achieve.
Can you describe slightly, is that 25 feet, 50 feet? Above the 75, you're saying it can go slightly. So there's people proposing 350 feet. So is that slightly above or?
That is not slightly.
Right.
What the perception of slightly I'm trying to define, and in that question is, you said earlier you wanted to get rid of bonuses, but if 75 feet is kind of the base, and you're saying there's the ability to provide or to get to more height gives you more development, is that not just a bonus? The slightly, whatever that slightly is, the bonus above the base?
That's a good question. We did explore looking at it as a bonus. maybe setting a 75-foot height and then having bonus options, or saying, unlimited height, and you figure it out through the historic resource review process. We were generally thinking 30 to 50% taller than some of the contributing buildings was within the range of what we were seeing the Historic Landmarks Commission approve in recent years. So we look at the new Chinatown, Japantown Historic District and see that buildings at about 100 feet have been approved through historic resource review. We look at areas like the Skidmore Old Town Historic District and looking at the size and height of buildings in comparison to their neighbors and what's been approved, like the example on the screen. And we're thinking that there is a subjective call at what that height is, but that we have a pretty good certainty that above the levels that we're proposing would be very difficult for an applicant to make that case. One of the things that Landmarks Commission recognized is that because it's site-specific, without doing a thorough and, again, not necessarily objective study of historic districts on a site-by-site basis, wherever we set the height on the height map, and they say above 75 feet, it really will come down to the discretionary historic resource review. If you had for example, this smaller building in the middle, let's say that were not a historic building, and an applicant were proposing a very tall, skinny building here, that might not be an appropriate way to achieve height in that historic district. And so we did go back and forth with our commission about what those right height numbers are. They did submit a letter of testimony to continue to ask for 75 feet as the height limit in these 3 historic districts. But we look at a district like East Portland Grand Avenue, where we do have one historic building, the Waverly Building, which is at 160 feet, and feel like that's an area that might be appropriate around that tall historic building for additional height. But where we have a lower rise character of buildings that maybe are between 40 and 70 feet, that maybe 100 feet would be a compatible height with that. But again, this is why we have those district-specific design guidelines to really look at it on a site-specific level from the Landmarks Commission's side.
So
That quite answered the question, other than to say,
No,
there's
it
not
does.
a formula. We would love to have a formula. We could put it in and say, okay, Google search, appropriate difference in height between new and old, and it really is a subjective, discretionary process that the Landmarks Commission is used to working within, and we know that there is a line with heights that above that, a project is not likely to be approvable. And we tried to bring to you what we thought was our best professional judgment at where that line was.
So the second part of that was the bonus question. And so if above 75 feet, you're going up to 160 feet, or why is that not bonusable then? I guess I'm lost at why it's not a bonusable component.
I think, and our thinking just generally was that we wanted to be more honest with the height map about what was achievable.
But you're saying it's achievable up to, in certain areas, I understand this slightly increase, but I'm not understanding why it's not a
fully understand the
bonusable.
question. I'll let Joe take a stab.
Well, so, you remember in this plan, we have, which is something we haven't had before. We have a base height map.
Yeah.
And we've had that before, and we came back through and we mapped heights with bonus height. So that everyone can take a step back and see the height decisions that you're setting up, what's the overall impact on the central city. Okay, so that's in the spirit of what I'm about to talk about. In historic districts, as we've already said, the predilection of the design review process is going to be to push them down. So we're setting them at a height that we think is reasonably a maximum attainable height, and not wanting to add to that the sort of unreachable fiction of additional bonus heights. You can get bonuses in historic districts. If you can't use them, when we get to the bonus system, we are structuring it so that you can transfer those out of the historic district to anywhere in the central city. So we're trying to give the financial benefit of having the floor area in the historic district, to have that flow back to the historic property by being allowed to transfer it, and you can transfer it anywhere. But height, we're trying to set it to be clear. That's the expectation.
And I think that to follow up, and this is where we'll come back and talk more about floor area ratios and the transfer system at a later work session. Landmarks Commission told us in these 3 historic districts, they're comfortable with boxier buildings, that they are turn of the century in character, and we see a lot of 3, 4, or 5-story boxy buildings, and that they felt like more so than floor area ratio, setting the height at the right level was the appropriate solution. And so, like Joe mentioned, if an applicant, uses or would like to seek bonus floor area ratio, in some areas that's achievable, and in other areas, some of that bonus floor area ratio could be transferred elsewhere. I think when I get to the next couple slides, I think you'll see, maybe they'll help illuminate some of those pieces about what the bonus, with bonus height as it exists today, what type of height we're talking about.
Quick question, when you're proposing whatever it's going to be, 75 feet, 800 feet, are you taking the discretion now away from the Landmark Commission and saying that's an entitlement? Or are you just giving stronger direction to the Landmark Commission?
It's the latter, and we
Have you
are looking
considered
at-
making it an entitlement? A minimum
It would
entitlement?
take a city code change that's beyond Title 33. I don't think that's in Title 33. But secondly, I suppose that that could be a recommendation, that could be an approach to do this. I think that a total lack of discretion kicks it up to a whole nother level in terms of the debate about what's the appropriate way to protect a historic district and allow flexibility of designers to come in and innovate as we go into the future about how you fit in. Taking away the distraction of the Landmarks Commission, I think we felt was unnecessary if we bring it back within these margins.
I'm sorry, one last question. Is height usually the point of contention in landmark hearings, or is it as much design, materials, other things, or is height typically the sticking point?
I would say height comes up on occasion, but so many of the Landmarks Commission hearings are for new single-family houses in an Irvington Historic District or for modifications to a historic resource or a penthouse. They really are focused on materials, design expression, those types of things. There have been a number of cases recently where height has been part of the discussion. For example, there was a 95-foot building that was approved in the new Chinatown, Japantown Historic District, and there very much was commission dialogue about whether or not 95 feet was achievable on that site, and there was a split vote as to whether or not that property could be developed within that historic district at that type of a height. So it does come up, but during the recession, we didn't see all that many proposals for larger, big buildings in the historic districts, and so it's only been recently that heights come up. For example, the building on the right at the bottom here, which is at about 75 feet, Landmarks Commission really struggled on the exterior presentation of the building, how the volumes are broken up, the materials that are used, the window opening, not so much on height. Like I said, Landmarks Commission submitted testimony asking for a 75-foot height limit in the 3 historic districts above. We received a number of letters of testimony in support of our policy approach. They didn't talk to specific numbers on the height map, but said that they were supportive of taking a more thoughtful approach to heights in historic districts. And then we did hear from individual property owners in several of these districts who were asking for heights to be retained on their specific property and or in their district. So the first one I want to walk through is New Chinatown, Japantown Historic District. I think we talked about New Chinatown, Japantown enough in my earlier presentation, so I'm going to jump right into the heights. Today in the district, we have 3 different height situations going on. There is a portion of that historic district that overlaps with a different historic district, the Skidmore Old Town National Historic Landmark District. Those heights today are 75 feet. We propose to keep them at 75 feet. There's 100 feet here in the south end. And then the north end of the district, these 4 blocks, are 350-foot height with the opportunity to bonus an additional 75 to get a property to 425 feet. Those heights were set before the historic district went into effect. You'll see on the map here, the blue buildings are contributing historic buildings. Yellow buildings are vacant lots or non-contributing buildings. And we're going to talk a little bit about this surface parking lot here, full block with no historic buildings. We're proposing to move that to 125. So one place we're proposing an increase in height in a historic district. And then we're proposing to bring the north end of the district down to 125, which would be aligned with that parking lot at Block 33. To come to these numbers, we took into account where the contributing buildings are located. In the north end of the district, we have fewer contributing buildings. There may be some larger sites that could be sculpted and developed to that type of a height. And Block 33, as I mentioned here, Surface parking lot, no buildings, there may be an opportunity to achieve a height on that site a little differently than a more constrained site where you're talking about a quarter block or an eighth block development. We did receive one letter of testimony from a property owner on a site with contributing buildings who owns 7/8 of a block and who requested that we leave the height limits what they are today. He walked us through his vision in the future to develop a very large residential tower on that site and likely demolish and delist and demolish the contributing buildings on that site.
So are the ODOT, is the ODOT and the Northwest Natural Building, are those in that 350 area or outside of it?
They are outside of it.
Okay. And how tall are they roughly? Any idea? Just so I have some idea of how big we're talking.
That is a good question. I would think ODOT is probably 5 or 6 stories.
Okay.
So maybe
but
60 to 70
Northwest
feet.
Natural's taller though. Okay, thank you.
And the tallest historic contributing building in the district is 85 feet. It's the PDC headquarter building. That was a benchmark, one of the benchmarks we used. I think, okay, there's an 85-foot historic building, 100, 125 feet is within the realm of compatible with that.
The proposal talks about 75, 100, and 125.
And I don't see where the 75 is.
Good question. It is this little sliver here, which falls into the Skidmore Old Town Historic District, where the heights are today and have been for a very long time, 75 feet. So we're not proposing a change at that 75-foot half block right here.
Okay, it's just not labeled on the map there. is there? And what, of the contributing buildings there, what's the average height of those? In the 40, 50 range?
Really good question. We do have some one-story buildings. We have buildings that are the PDC building at 7 and 8 stories. For this district, our average height is right in the upper 30s, 38, 40 feet, somewhere in there.
Okay, so we're talking mostly about the potential for development, which is substantially taller.
That's right. Now, one thing in this district, we have floor area ratios of 6 to 1 here and 9 to 1 here. And so it may be within 100 feet or 125 feet, the opportunity to move that floor area. So there might be a component that's substantially taller, but other components that best relate to the historic buildings around it.
Thank you.
Chris? Or
Yeah, quick one. Which is the block where the owner wants to maintain 350 feet?
Chris?
So I apologize for an abrupt shift in context, but I'm going to go up to 30,000 feet. Since this is our first decision item, I want to ask a global question that I have about the policy trade-offs. So one of the comp plan policies that's kind of fundamental is that we chose a growth scenario that says that 30% of the growth in the city is going to go into the central city. My question is, if we look at the cumulative impact of the height restrictions for historic districts and view corridors, are we putting that 30% goal at risk?
If I can respond to that, Chris, we updated our analysis of those impacts, and with all of the height increases or decreases and increases that we're talking about in the plan currently, we still meet the overall growth target for both residential and employment.
I appreciate the reassurance.
I guess I have a question on that, is in doing that calculation, it seems like, although I care about this issue, we have not much power. I mean, if we made that 350 feet, it's not going to be 350 feet because another group's going to decide it's 75. So in that growth projection, are you taking into account the zone capacity or the effective Landmarks Commission capacity?
You know, we are taking into consideration the FAR and the heights that we're talking about here. So it could be marginally less if that's the way the review process was to go, compared to where it is today, where it's 425. Like we're trying to bring the whole thing back within some closer realm of reality of what those expectations should be. This whole sort of model that we're in has been very frustrating for people to understand their entitlements. And also for the historic advocates and the community advocates to really understand what expectations we've set for these places we've designated as national historic districts. So we're trying to pull it all back within that context of each other, and we still meet our growth forecast.
Is the new Multnomah County Health Building in here? And if so,
It's
where?
outside.
Okay.
And one thing I also want to say, again, if what we didn't want to do in setting these heights was we didn't want to preclude an applicant from designing a structure that would use all of their base FAR. So we think that with these heights, property owners could propose a project that uses all their existing base FAR today. It may be sculpted a little differently, but they could use that. And then if they chose not to, they could transfer that outside of the district or to another site in the district that maybe could use it. One thing, a letter of testimony for this district that I thought was compelling, I was relay. This is our only ethnic and cultural historic district in the city. And we did receive a letter of testimony that talked to how that testifier felt it was important that this district take a consistent approach with other historic districts.
To that point, the historic resources, we talked about design guidelines in your presentation. So I guess, do the design guidelines allow a building to be built relative to the character of the historic district at 125 feet? I'm just, do those match up? Because I'm looking at your building that you said 75 feet, and it looks like they're almost stretching the windows to make it kind of character work, and I'm just thinking now you got to go another 25. Are the design guidelines going to be compatible with the height, and are we setting failure up?
Well, no, that was a question I was asking earlier, like in the last time Branda was up here, when we were, and we believe that the design guidelines can help solve that problem. If you think about even what Mark Raggett was presenting earlier in terms of height is one issue. Mm-hmm. How we treat the first 35 feet is huge in terms of the experience of the central city and the places and for pedestrians and the like. That kind of, and when you look at the context of this neighborhood, and it's a little bit like some of the other slides that Brandon showed, some of these buildings are way shorter than 75. So how do you knit something new to maintain, especially, I guess in this case it's going to be 4th Avenue, give it a sort of a scale and a historic integrity. 5th Avenue, the backside of that parking lot, is on the transit mall. So we think that there's a legitimate reason to try to make both sides of that equation work. And that's actually the trick of designing these guidelines. We believe that we're setting it up for the ability to do that. At the end of the day, it's still a discretionary review, but we're allowing the designers to make and the developers to make the best case that indeed the purposes and the intent of the district and those guidelines can be met.
The other piece too is on appeal, an applicant who is denied by the Landmarks Commission can go to City Council. And what we want to do is we want to think 20 years ahead with these districts and reduce those conflicts as they come up. And we think that today at 350 with 75-foot bonus height is a recipe for conflict within the design guidelines and within the historic resource review process. And what we've heard from our volunteer Landmarks Commission is that that conflict, if it comes up time and time again, if we can solve for that in Central City Plan, or we can get a lot closer to solving for it, that will make their life easier, and it'll make applicants more understanding of the ballpark that they will be playing within historic resource review.
Okay. You have more slides on A1? Or
Nope.
More discussion on A1 questions?
So Brandon, if I'm understanding correctly, the little block that the owner wanted to retain that 350-foot height limit, because there's a huge, over half of that section is a contributing structure, the likelihood of that going through landmarks at 350 would be very low anyway, even if it was 350?
So in our zoning code, we do have a City Council has demolition review. And as part of demolition review, the only way to get your demolition permit for a contributing building that council approves the demolition of is that your new building is approved through historic resource review. So if a property owner on any site was seeking demolition of a contributing building, and council felt that that was an acceptable approach to that contributing building, before the permit was issued, the new building would have to be approved. So in this case, we have a conflict that might exist there with approving a building at a height at the 350 or 425 foot.
Other questions? Are we in agreement with the proposed for A1 to retain staff recommendation, proposed draft version? All in, kind of raise your hands. Opposed? Here? Oh, okay. All right, we're good. A2.
So this is the Northwest 13th Avenue Historic District. Again, a district that was listed in the National Register more recently than the last Central City Plan. And I'm glad we've got some good questions on their way back in the room here. Northwest 13th Avenue is a district primarily significant because of its warehouse architectural character. It's a very small district. It's a very compact district with a high level of contributing buildings. Actually, one of our city's highest level of contributing buildings within a historic district. There are only 2 properties today that are classified as non-contributing. One of those properties is in the pipeline for a land use review, which is at this yellow building here at the corner, which is proposed at, I don't know exactly the height it'll be at, but it's somewhere in the 75-foot ballpark. Today in the district, it's got split zoning. The north end, 75 feet, south end, 100 feet. The demarcation line is Hoyt Street, but with the opportunity to bonus 75 feet in both the north and south end. So effectively, 150 and 175-foot height. We heard from Landmarks Commission a request to move that height to 75 feet. When we looked at the contributing buildings in the district and the small number of non-contributing buildings, we initially in the proposed draft felt supportive of that 75-foot line in this historic district, since we see this being an area with a pretty low degree of change in the future. But at your hearings for both in verbal comment and written comment, we heard from a number of property owners in the south end of the historic district that their buildings at or around 75 feet may in the future be appropriate for a small penthouse addition, mechanical overrun, maybe some seismic improvements at the rooftop that would be non-conforming within a 75-foot height limit. We also heard from the neighborhood association that they were comfortable with 75 feet in the north and 100 feet in the south. So in our conversation with you tonight, we would propose an amendment to effectively move back to the existing zoning with the elimination of the bonus height to give us 75 feet in the north end of the district and 100 feet in the south end of the district to allow for owners to make the case for smaller rooftop penthouse additions that may be difficult or impossible to achieve at the south end of the district with that 75-foot height limit. And I should also say, some of the owners who requested an increase in height in the south end of the district wanted to go back to 100 feet and retain the bonus height. So we're not proposing to retain the bonus height, but we are proposing to amend our proposed draft and go to 100 feet.
Okay, any discussion?
So what about the little block that's still at 75? Do those property owners, they just weren't there, so they don't get 100? Or their buildings don't need anything, or what's the rationale there?
So we, as a sort of general policy, with the exception that I shared earlier with that one block in New Chinatown, Japantown, we're not seeking to increase heights in historic districts in the central city. We also recognize that those taller buildings are in the south end here, and that the height today is 75 feet in the north end, so we thought the cleanest thing to do was to continue with that general approach. And that's the approach that the neighborhood association, in their testimony, encouraged us to follow as well.
Any other clarifying questions? Maggie, and then looks like Jeff.
I'm just curious, I believe it's Pica going, like the new Pica development on Johnson and 13th, what is that?
Great
What's the
question.
height?
So that's out of the historic district.
Out of it, yeah.
And that project, my understanding is, part of the building is responsive to the historic district, looking to kind of continue that character, even though it's outside of the district. But I don't know what height that's at.
Jeff?
So to the east, you're having, this is one of the areas that's a pretty significant height increase. You're going from 100 feet to 250 feet. Does that influence your thinking on what's the appropriate design in the narrow historic district, or is that not a contributing issue?
Good question. It didn't in this case, and I think this is one of those cases where we really are looking at a district that is almost exclusively contributing historic buildings, and one that you know, if we listen to the Landmarks Commission's train of thought, you would walk into this district in 20 years and you would know you're in a historic district.
Okay, so I'm not seeing any other clarifying questions, so why don't we kind of get a show of hands for in support? And opposed? Not seeing any opposed, so
Okay.
we support staff.
The next historic district is the East Portland Grand Avenue Historic District. This district was listed in the National Register in 1991, again, after our last citywide or central citywide setting of height limit. The district runs from southwest Ankeny to just south of southeast Ankeny to southeast Salmon. It spans both sides of Grand Avenue, making up about a half block plus or minus along Grand Avenue. It is a significant historic district in that it was once the city of East Portland and has Main Street scale buildings that are representative of that period in our region's development. Today, we have building heights in the district that average about 45 feet. We do have one tall historic building, which is the Watherly Building, which is in the Bridgehead, for Morrison Bridgehead area. That building was built in the late 1920s and is at about 160 feet. Today, the heights range from 100 feet to 200 feet in the district, with the opportunity to bonus an additional 75 feet, meaning that the achievable height today on the height map, 175 and 275. We're proposing to remove that bonus height opportunity throughout the district. We're proposing to leave 200 feet at the north end of the district because as an edge condition and with very few contributing buildings, we still feel that may be an area appropriate for greater height, especially as the bridgehead develops out. But in the core of the district, we're proposing to reduce the height from 200 feet to 160 feet to respond to that one tall historic building, the Watherly Building, so that as new buildings get built, that's an area of Bridgehead where we still would like to see some additional development capacity, but that those new buildings don't dwarf that one significant historic resource in the Watherly Building, and gives us the opportunity to create sort of a core in the district that is not at a height so much greater than the contributing buildings that they get sort of loss of context. We did receive on this, I want to talk a little bit more about one issue here, but we did receive several letters of testimony from property owners asking for us to retain the existing height and bonus height. Some of those property owners have parcels in the middle of the historic district. Some of those parcels, interestingly, are split between being in and out of the historic district, which is a sort of interesting condition where you may see different approaches to how to straddle the line in a historic district, as it were. So we did receive several of those letters asking for us to reduce or to bring back to the existing height and bonus heights, but we would maintain our proposed draft approach here with a 100, 160, and a very small section of 200-foot height. At the south end, and this will be a conversation later, you'll see this 40-foot number. That is not in response to the historic district. That's in response to the Salmon Springs View Corridor. And so you'll come back and have that discussion a little later tonight. But I just wanted to make it clear that 40-foot is not responding to the historic district. I want to use this opportunity to respond to a question that Commissioners Rudd and Smith asked at the last hearing or following the last hearing, which was, we built recently in 2012 or 2012 a streetcar in Southeast Portland. That streetcar runs on Grand and Martin Luther King Jr. That streetcar goes right through the middle of the historic district. And the question was asked, what impact does the local improvement district have on property owners in terms of fees paid to support the streetcar, and how did that all work? So I want to give a very brief background on the creation and use of the local improvement district, what it sought to do, and how it all worked. I am not an expert in local improvement districts, so we do have representatives from PBOT here if you have follow-up questions. But just to kind of walk through a chronology, 1991, this historic district was listed in the National Register. 1994, design guidelines were adopted for this historic district. In 2007, the local improvement district was initiated with the goal of raising 10% of the cost of the streetcar, so that would be about $15 million, from property owners in the green area you see here on the screen. In that green area, some property owners, those closest to the streetcar alignment, paid a higher fee than those property owners in the lighter green on the outside. The local improvement district, like I said, was initiated in 2007. In 2014, City Council passed an ordinance to collect a one-time fee for properties in that area. The fee was set highest along the streetcar line, lower further away. The assessment was based on real market value as determined by the county tax assessor, the proximity to the streetcar, and the use of the property. And real market value considered recent sales comps, height, bonus height, zoning, and location. Of the 79 properties that are in the National Register Historic District, fees, the one-time fees that were paid range from $750 to $87,654. The average was about $10,264. And I mentioned that highest fee-paying property at $87,000. That's a contributing property in the National Register District, again, one subject to demolition review. The next highest paying fee property was about half as much, about $42,000 or $43,000. And so when we looked at this district like we did with the others, we believe that the floor area ratios of 9-to-1, 6-to-1, 9-to-1, and 6-to-1 are still achievable within the heights that we're proposing. And I think with that, I'll open it up to some discussion. That's where the limit of my knowledge on the local improvement district ends.
Will you quickly, just before we take questions, go through the FARs again?
9-to-1, 6-to-1, and they correspond with the lines in the map. 9-to-1, 6-to-1.
Oh, sorry, Chris, go ahead.
So I spent the better part of a decade helping get that streetcar paid for and built. And, you know, the policy goals behind the streetcar are a couple. One is FAR utilization. So we know that, you know, within a block of streetcar, we see development at, you know, 90% plus of FAR. Within 2 blocks, it's about 80%, and then it tails off. So very deliberate plan to put people and economic activity in this corridor. So just want to reinforce what I think I heard you say, which is that FAR opportunity still exists. People are not going to need to sell their FAR and put it somewhere else because, you know, of course, the other side of the coin from getting the FAR utilized is then that creates ridership for the streetcar and makes the transit investment pay off. So it's, you know, it's a virtuous cycle, and we don't want to interrupt the virtuous cycle. So you're telling me the virtuous cycle is still intact, right?
So that was one of our main considerations in this historic district, was not necessarily the streetcar, but looking to make sure there was a path to still use that FAR.
Okay. Mindy, I'm going to ask you the same question about the view corridor, so be ready.
And so one other thing that I want to mention about this, and I thought it was interesting, when you look at the fees that were assessed, it's a sort of a bit of a mixed bag with contributing and non-contributing buildings as to what property owners paid. So it's not as though vacant lots were the top of the assessment chart and the contributing historic buildings were the bottom. They were mixed throughout. Like I said, the fees averaged $10,000, and there was a range within up and down.
Michelle, and then Andre.
So if we are wrong and you can't maintain the same development capacity on your property, can you sell that excess capacity? And if you can, what do we know about how vibrant that market is?
It's a great question, and one we want to talk with you a little bit more about at the, I think, a future work session. The way we look at it is if you're a contributing historic building, one of these blue buildings that we're not intending, that we don't imagine those buildings will be demolished, we imagine they'll be preserved, rehabilitated, maintained. There's the opportunity to transfer that FAR within the whole central city. So there's opportunities to move that around. And then for the non-contributing properties, the idea is that you could transfer that FAR within a sub-district if you are not choosing to use it.
Okay.
It is not a one-to-one value transfer.
Okay,
You
so
are
it's theoretical.
losing value
I'm
on
not
the
getting
FAR.
dollar for dollar. Yeah, okay, so that is important to know that I'm still losing money. And I'd still, when we come back to this, I'd like to know, is there, you know, once every 10 years somebody buys this, or, you know, there's this active market and people are out there trading in these things? Because if we're saying you're really not hurt because you can sell this, I'd like to know we're giving them something that there's actually a market for.
Personally, I'd question the market.
To clarify that, When you say it's not a full value, does that mean you can't get as much value on someone else's property? You can't, someone won't pay you as much as you could use it on your own property? Or when you transfer to the FAR, if you lose 2 FAR, the other person only gets 1? I mean, does it? You can transfer the full FAR, right? But it's just not the whole value.
You would rather retain the FAR in your land and build up your land. You're going to get more value for that FAR for it remaining in place than to try to trade it on the market. And the market comes and goes with its robustness throughout different times of development and hasn't been necessarily all that well tracked in the past. It may get better in the future as we kind of go through this. I mean, so I guess what I'm getting at is there's no way you can go open up a map and go, who's got FAR and where do I buy it? So it's a little bit of a sub-market. It's not necessarily a really easy process. And maybe that gets improved and helps this whole thing.
It's a market that, today, the way the records are kept, we only know by report from the development community. We don't track it. As you go through the whole process, there is some level of mitigation that the chance to sell FAR will provide a property. And I guess I would agree with Kat, it's not going to compensate for all of the potential development, but then you really have to think through the size of these parcels and, you know, the FAR and what's really attainable on a site like that in a location like this. So it's not just that clear. You could assemble, I guess, a bunch of properties and get there more likely than on the individual properties. It's a historic district, so all that's the trade-offs we have to make. So.
I want to look at a property like this here, very small, non-contributing building surrounded by contributing historic resources. Given construction technology and the historic resource review and the constraints in that site, it may be difficult for a property owner to achieve 9-to-1 on that site as a standalone building anyway. So there may be opportunities where property owners choose not to use their full FAR for a number of reasons that may be not height limits on the map.
So I had a kind of general question. Brandon, oh, I'm sorry, Andre, you were next. I said you were next.
Oh, okay. So the LID assessed based upon a value based upon the current zoning, so the existing zoning that's there today, correct?
Right, and that was conducted in 2007.
Okay. But they did the assessment in 14, so they've got to lean against their property for some amount of money, correct?
The payment was one time.
Yeah.
Property owners could pay it in a lump sum, or they could amortize that out over a number of years.
So, but we make a change now to their capacity. Is that capacity the same value as it was in 2014 when it's assessed? And the reason I ask is if there's an assumption that Chris talked about that you have a certain value that would get you the lift of development. And if that value is different, do you change the equation on streetcar building and how much you can extract from a property owner, set of property owners?
And I think I would respond in a way that doesn't exactly answer your question, but gets at it. Historic resource review existed in 2007 and 2014. So if you look at the zoning and you look at the zoning code, reaching 275 feet might not have been possible in 2007 and might not have been possible in 2014. So some of that question is just how the county conducted the assessment, recognizing that this is an area that was subject to that historic resource review.
Yeah, if I could follow that up a little bit. I remember no discussion of historic review when we were outselling the LID. So I think it may have existed, but it wasn't an active part of the conversation. And it's interesting because there's obviously risk involved for the property owner no matter how this goes. And it was interesting because we formed the LID in 2007, and then the recession of 2008 wreaked havoc with the property values, and coming out of that recession, the ratio of value between Lloyd District properties and Central East Side District's properties had changed significantly, and we actually had to go make adjustments in the formula to keep it equitable and keep people from bolting from the LID. So, I mean, it's not like this is a guarantee over time. I appreciate that there's some risk involved, but I think if you surveyed most of the folks who paid in the LID and said, did you factor in historic review? They'd say, what the hell are you talking about?
And I would agree with that,
Okay.
having worked with some of those property owners in the past. So my question is kind of in general, and maybe this got asked while I was out of the room, so I apologize if I'm repeating a question. But when the historic district was formed, is there discussion in the language of that talks to the height of buildings? And I guess I'm questioning is if it doesn't talk about the height and the scale of the buildings in the district, is there not an argument back to kind of the National Park Service that having a building over 160 feet is perhaps okay and will not degrade the historic district?
Really good questions in there. So when we create a National Register district, every contributing building is documented to some degree. With a district like this, each building has a thorough description that talks about how many stories it is, how high it is, sort of what that contributing resource looks like. So what the National Park Service considered was what exists on the ground today. Because it's a National Register district and every state treats National Register districts a little differently, the National Park Service didn't send back to us a memo saying, because your average building height is 45 feet, we expect new buildings to be X. The National Park Service has commented here in the City of Portland in the last 8 years on potential increases in height in the Skidmore Old Town Historic District and expressed some heartburn about building heights that are in great excess of the contributing buildings in a historic district. We're in a bit of a unique situation here in the state of Oregon because we have a state owner consent law for local historic designations. So unlike most other states, we use the National Register as our most common type of historic designation. So that gives us a little bit more of a challenged process in a way because when we create the district, we don't necessarily look at competing objectives of height or what the appropriate height should be. The district gets listed and then we go back and refine the height to what we think is appropriate.
So if I could do a follow-up, when we created this district, the heights were as shown on the left. Okay, so the national, the review process did, see that height's much more significant than the existing, or actually even the historic character of the district were present. When we were looking at increasing heights in a different historic district, we ran into this issue of the threat of having the district delisted, which means to take it off the register, and there's implications of that that we wanted to avoid. It's not so clear an answer here, because it was approved with those higher heights. So I couldn't, in essence, we would not be making a change at all, so there's nothing actionable to do. I guess if enough permits got through landmarks that significantly increased the infill height here, someone could make the argument to come back and try to delist it, but it would have to be initiated by an applicant of some sort or an appellant of some sort. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not an automatic thing that the State Historic Preservation Office or the Department of Interior folks do.
One thing I'll say too, when the design guidelines were adopted for this neighborhood, those design guidelines, they're some of our oldest design guidelines that haven't been revised. And those guidelines are a bit ambiguous as to how best to approach height in the historic district or how to do height minimization strategies. So we have heard from a number of stakeholders that it is a good action item, and we have it in the Central City Plan to revise those design guidelines to better get at how to have seat compatibility in the historic district. So at that time when those guidelines were drafted, I think there was some discussion about height, but we didn't change the height map then.
And then one last follow-up question on your comments regarding FAR, and I was kind of tracking against what I could do height in my mind.
Yep.
And you pointed out one block where it's pretty difficult to do 9 to 1, but I can look at another block in that 160 height area on the north edge, where I think I'm going to now run out of FAR because I got 3 sides. I haven't masked it up, just kind of quickly thinking about it. I suspect I have a height problem, and that so my question back to you is, have you actually kind of studied the massing of each of those blocks, or just kind of generally done the gut check that I just kind of did that goes, yeah, it seems like that one is going to be okay, that one's going to be okay, and
We have not done a block-by-block survey, and it's something that the Historic Landmarks Commission encouraged us to do. And within this central city planning process, again, we were trying to have a consistent approach to the historic district. That, there are multiple tax lots there may be multiple owners. I think part of it is, challenged both in the direction of if you have a big block like that, how height and bulk gets developed. And in this district too, we know we have property owners who straddle, as I mentioned before, straddle in and out of the district. And so the impact on them of a height change is a little different than a property owner who's fully within the district.
okay. Michelle?
Is there a concern that by squashing the height of buildings, but theoretically maintaining the FAR, that you're losing the opportunity for green space? And if so, is this a place we want the flexibility for green space? No, we don't.
Really good question. I'll let Joe answer. Actually, I don't know. Let Joe take that bullet.
Yeah, I don't, I guess I would have to go back and look at the guidelines for this district, but the character of a historic Main Street is not a lot of little pocket park green spaces. The character of a business-lined, mixed-use line corridor along a streetcar in the central city is not that as well. So I don't think that's so much a consideration here. And it's MLK and Grand, couplet. So the right-of-way there is used very intensely, so I don't see necessarily reclaiming that right-of-way. So I don't think that's the issue here. And back to the FAR, it was more of a global, not a parcel-by-parcel look.
So I know we're kind of, I'm looking at time, like where we're at, we got a lot of issues to get through. In general, I kind of feel like personally, I'd like to kind of understand, I think we have some properties that are going to have FAR issues, and especially in light of the streetcar discussion and all that, I'd kind of like to know, do we really have an issue or not? So I guess in some ways, I'd like to propose a little bit more homework on that particular item, but don't know if I have support from my fellow commissioners on that. So maybe just, if you support, raise your hand, because I don't want them to do work if we just are going to support where they're at today. Support more homework.
Can I just ask a question? Because we're facing, and I'm just trying to understand, I'm okay looking at the height and doing some more homework, but we're facing a landmarks commission that is saying 75 feet on almost all of these items. And are we trying to, I guess, what's the intent? Are we trying to inform ourselves, or are we trying to inform the people who are telling us 75 feet, you need to do more than 75 feet to make this work in a district?
I think it's a fabulous question, Andre. I think the only area I suspect we're going to have an issue where we're struggling with the value of FAR and the height constraint is, unfortunately, your 160 group at 9-to-1 FAR. Am I correct? That's 9-to-1?
That's right.
And maybe only a block or something. And I guess, to me, maybe there's a more nuanced response, and that's why I wanted a little bit more homework. And perhaps everything else is fine, but maybe we just talk about that little area a little bit more.
Can I ask a
Go ahead,
clarifying on
Jeff.
the homework assignment? Maybe I can get you out of it. What was the thinking of dropping just that small portion to 160? Just so I understand, we're maintaining the same base height throughout, except for that block plus of 160. Why does that make such a big difference? I understand there's a 160-foot building there, but all around it, you're allowing 200. So I'm confused, what's the historic benefit of that?
200 outside the district.
What?
200 would be outside of the historic district. And really, it did come down to looking at the waiver.
Wait, it's outside the district.
Yeah.
It's
pointing to things.
That lower goal is not the district.
So, I see, so we are going from 200. So currently, there's 200 in the district.
The number of contributing buildings.
I see.
It's staying below the Weatherly.
It's really staying below the signature building. And you're looking at a situation where we're setting the ceiling to that building, and it is surrounded by blocks outside the historic district that can actually get above 200 because they're in bonus areas. So it will always be this, we're setting the datum in there to be smaller.
So perhaps I could make your homework assignment smaller. And what I'm going to say is, I see, that's your problem. And that perhaps that line just gets shifted, because I think that's where that 9-to-1 FAR is not going to be able to be used. And I think you're going to be limited anyway because you're on half blocks, right? Where you gave the other example where it was a small portion, where you're going to kind of get maxed out anyway.
The block, just so you know, the block to the left here does include it's an awkward shaped site. It's sort of a crescent shape because you have a exit ramp from Morrison Bridge onto southbound MLK. So that block is a little small parcel. I don't know exactly the square footage. And then as you're mentioning here, this is one of the bigger sites in the district.
But in the interest of time, if you want us to look at that area and look at those parcels, let us know and we can move on to the next one.
Okay, so one more time, raise a hand if there's an interest in a little bit more homework. And no homework? Okay. Mike says no, but unfortunately you got a majority.
I'm ready to go.
Okay, let's go, Brandon.
So, can I just ask one more question here, at the risk of complicating things? So, to some degree, I see this as a truth in zoning exercise, right? We're basically communicating to people where landmarks is likely to set the boundaries. Does landmarks actually agree that the Weatherly Building is the right benchmark to use in this district? Or would they argue that the average building height is lower and therefore Weatherly is an exception?
So it's a good question. I can't speak on behalf of the Landmarks Commission. What I can say is that they still maintain that unless we do a site-specific study, 75 feet is what they're most comfortable with. There also is a recognition that this district has a little bit more variation in building height than some of the others, and so that Waverly Building, just informally, I think there's an agreement that something that sculpts up to that might be appropriate.
So we're putting a stake in the ground that they may or may not back up. That's what I hear.
I think you're absolutely right, but what I'd add is today's commission may or may not back up.
Okay, I'll move on. And so one, we're not proposing a change in the proposed, we're not proposing a change from our approach in the discussion draft and the proposed draft, but we did get a few letters of testimony on it, so I wanted to mention it. That's the southwest corner of the Irvington Historic District between Broadway and Schuyler, 7th and 15th, which is today a 50-foot height limit with the opportunity for 75 feet in bonus height. What we put in the discussion draft was a 75-foot height limit. We are maintaining that proposed 75-foot height limit in that historic district. The neighborhood association and a property owner did request reduction of that to 45 feet, and I'll get this right, CM2 zoning. We are staying the course with our proposal to you at 75 feet, and we did receive a resident of Irvington who suggested taller heights than what we proposed might be appropriate there.
Are there any clarifying questions?
One resident suggested that. And the actual owner of the property wants it limited at 45.
We didn't get to my knowledge, we didn't get a property owner in here. We just got a nearby resident. And then neighborhood association, and then a nearby property owner.
Oh, okay.
A nearby property owner to this said, let's go lower, but not in that.
So is 75 feet higher than any building in the district today?
It's not, I don't know that it's exactly higher. We do know that there are a couple of buildings here that are close to 75 feet. There is one north of Schuyler. I think it's this parcel here that's somewhere in the 75-foot ballpark. It's not a contributing historic resource, but there is a taller building. And then I can't speak to Broadway, between Broadway and Schuyler.
So, what we have here, we discussed this a lot, because this is the one overlap between this historic district, which was created independently of any of our discussion of the central city by the process that Brandon described, where it overlaps the central city. And that is Broadway, which is the southern part of that proposed 75-foot area. And the strategy all along, even if you look at how it's built out, is to get more height and development along that transit corridor of Broadway, and to step down as you go in towards the neighborhood. All we're recognizing is that what it is today, with that 50 feet plus bonus, doesn't really accomplish that. Once again, it's like a truth in zoning thing. The current buildings along there are 5/1s at the biggest, so that's 60-ish. But we think that's an appropriate height for this type of corridor where it's actually in a historic district. We thought it was once again, a truth in zoning, sound sort of middle ground that accomplished both sets of those objectives.
What is the white strip below the 75 feet? What is the height there?
So, it's a 50 feet bonusable, so you go up to 125. And the historic district boundary is the Broadway.
And so as you go 2 blocks south of that, you're into the Lloyd Center. So this is ramping up very quickly there. It's Broadway, Weidler, Couplet, Transit Corridor.
Okay, any other, looks like Gary?
Sorry. Isn't this area, is this all CM3? Someone?
It's not, the proposed zoning is not, it's a central city zone. I don't know what it is off the top of my head. Somebody needs to look at the CS. It's a central city zone. CMs are outside the central city. CS is, CX is high-density commercial. I don't know, FAR, someone want to give Gary the information? I don't know off the top of my head.
So the 75, is that an increase in height over the CX then? The baseline for the CX?
I
thought those came in at like 55.
CX? CX actually ranges to hundreds feet with plus bonuses elsewhere in the central city. The central city is different. Those zones are, the height of those designations are dictated by the height map that's part of the central city code. And that's actually why they're not adjustable. It's just part of the zone.
I believe the FAR here is 4-1.
Okay. Did you hear that? Okay, just make sure. Any other clarifying questions? So with that, can we get a round of hands in support of staff's recommendation? And those opposed? Couple to oppose, I think move forward. Thanks, Brandon.
Okay. And this is one we're not asking for a decision from you tonight, but one of the items that the Historic Landmark Commission asked for in their most recent testimony was, in addition to refining the heights in the historic district, they felt that a challenge they run into is applicants being unaware until too late in the process that they're proposing a building in a historic district, and or being unaware that the historic resource review process is discretionary and site-specific. So the commission did ask the process to look at a new height map in the 510 chapter of the zoning code that explained that these historic districts are subject to historic resource review, and that the Landmarks Commission is reviewing those projects on compatibility within the district. And so we're going to take a look at 4 different ideas that we need to explore a little further that we'll bring back to you at the January work session of how we might achieve that goal. One would be to develop a handout in collaboration with Bureau of Development Services that would describe historic resource review in the central city. The second would be to create new maps in 510 specific to the historic districts. The third would be to add code language in the height section of 510 that described how historic resource review affects heights in historic districts. And the last one would be thinking about adding an overlay zone letter to historic districts, which previous to 2002 we did. We're still doing our homework as to why we stopped doing that in historic districts, so that's something we need to come back to you and look at as an option. So these are the 4 things we're going to take a look at to see if there's a way for us to be even more clear that historic districts are subject to historic resource review.
Thanks, Brandon.
Okay, thank you.
Great. We are way behind, folks.
Well,
Excuse me, could we take a brief break and so that we can.
Powwow?
Yeah.
Sounds good.
transportation?
Yeah, well, transportation, but
Yeah,
then we're also
yeah.
talking about
Actually,
the.
I just saw an email today.
Call us back to order. Thanks, everybody, for your patience. We're going to move forward with scenic height review. Just kind of as a heads up, on one thought of maybe trying to get through most of this before 9 o'clock, at least B, not all the items, because I think at this point we're going to be lucky to get through B, is Mindy's going to go through and describe kind of the criteria that she used. And if those, Andre certainly is the one that pulled a lot of the B items, but if you don't think you need to discuss some of the items, after you hear the criteria that were not checked for discussion, then kind of let us know. So maybe as we're kind of going through, kind of take a quick look, and if you don't need to hear about it, then great, we'll pull them from the list. I've certainly challenged Andre with that, so if there's anybody else, just kind of have heads up that might be coming. Mike?
Yeah, we're going to lose some of the technical folks for the bird safe stuff, and there's some really technical issues that need to be dealt with, so I'm assuming we'll hold that over for.
Correct. At this point, we'll be lucky to get through height.
Right, exactly. I just wanted to make
Correct.
it clear, because
Yep.
they've been sitting here for quite some time.
Yep.
So let's just, that's what we're shooting for, is just the height-related items, and we'll reschedule the rest.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Would that be in November then? Yes. 16th, presumably? Okay. Thanks.
Okay, let's roll.
Is your mic on?
Can't hear you.
Now, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. We're on table B now. That's not a good sound. So scenic resources is what we're going to talk about. You also have a memo that, that we sent around, and you might want to just have that out for reference as well, because I'll be providing overviews of everything, but there's more detail in there that we can reference if need be. Before we get into the details, I do want to give a little bit of background, especially for those who aren't necessarily as familiar with the scenic work that we've been doing. And as big context, we're going to be talking about views today. Scenic resources actually include a lot more than views. We have scenic streets, scenic sites, focal points, lots of other things. This discussion is focused on views because that is what we heard about mostly in the testimony. So Portland has been formally protecting views since 1979 with the downtown plan. In 91, we pulled all of the plans that were out there, which included things like Terwilliger Boulevard, into one scenic resources protection plan for the entire city, and it was done to comply with state land use goal 5. There are 79 viewpoints that were in the 1991 plan. Those are shown in purple on this map. However, 22 of those, through our new inventory, we retired, either because the view itself is gone or because the viewpoint is not accessible to the general public. And through our current work, we also added another 68 viewpoints. Those are shown in green. So the retired are yellow, the holdovers that we kept in from 91 are purple, and the newly added ones are green. They were added either through public nomination, through project staff identifying them, or actually just during the field visits themselves. There were some specific concerns that were addressed in the testimony about how we apply state land use goal 5, and I just want to touch on those. There's a lot more detail in the memo about this. These are a goal 5 resource, scenic resources are, so we have to follow a process, an inventory, an economic, social, environmental, energy analysis, that's the ESEE, and then we need to apply an implementation program, which can be regulatory or non-regulatory. I want to be clear that Goal 5 does not prescribe an outcome to this process. It requires that we do the process, and it requires that we explain the policy choices that this jurisdiction is making. There was a question about determining significance, which is one of those steps within the Goal 5. If a view is determined to be significant, then it moves from the inventory to the ESE and is assessed for potential protection. If it's not significant, it doesn't go into the ESEE. So on this map, all of the green are significant, the orange are not. And those orange ones are ranked Tier 3 by the experts. So we are proposing that all views are significant except those Tier 3 ranked views. We
We also had a question about impact area. This is another required step of Goal 5. The impact area is the area where conflicting uses, which are things like tall buildings, could impact a view. So you'll notice that the black boundary there, that black line boundary, is larger than the central city, so we are picking up views from the West Hills that could be impacted by development or vegetation in the central city. So this is the proposed draft that you saw in front of you. What we have on here are green dots. Those have an allow decision, which means no protection of that viewpoint and that view. Yellow is a limit. In our Scenic Resources Protection Plan, a limit means vegetation management. And the red are prohibit. And again, in our protection plan, that generally means limiting building height to protect a view. So that's the overall protection decisions that we have recommended to you in the proposed draft.
That was an excellent, succinct Goal 5 process.
Thanks.
Description.
You've been through it before, it's tough. So we're going to get into, these are the big three issues that we're going to talk about, and I think as I talk about them, we will talk through all of the criteria that are being applied to the different views, which will help with then the other items and whether or not we need to discuss those as well. But these were the first three that we identified to discuss with you, which is the view of Mount Hood from Japanese Garden, the view of Vista Bridge from Jefferson Street, and the view of Mount Hood from Salmon Springs. So we're going to dive right in. So we're on B1 of your table. This is the view of Mount Hood from Japanese Garden. In our proposed draft, we recommended protecting the view of Mount Hood, which is shown here in red, and limiting an area of tree removal shown in yellow. The reasons for limiting that area of tree removal is because of the important functions that are provided by trees. So we do talk about those functions of trees in the ESCE and how we need to also take into consideration the fact that these are on a steep slope, they provide stormwater management, they provide wildlife habitat, and in this case, the experts noted that these vegetation is contributing to the view itself.
And I'm really pleased that you pointed that out, because typically the only discussion is trees are in the way, when in fact, in many, many cases, they are the view.
Yeah, they were called out by the experts as being part of this view. In testimony, we received two different perspectives. We received many requests to basically expand that yellow box to take in the full area of what was the historic view, which is over here. This is the 71, what the 71 view looked like from up there. So there was a number of requests to expand that area. Then there was testimony supporting limiting the area to preserve the tree canopy. Our staff recommendation is to keep this proposal, to retain the draft proposal and not expand the view area. One other thing I do want to point out, although it's not part of the testimony, is there's a policy to protect the view of Mount Hood down to 1,000 feet. That is 1,000 feet below timberline, and that is the Wells Fargo building, which is our tallest building. We don't have any heights that would go above that, so we don't need height limits at this view. So with that, I'll leave that one for discussion.
Andre, you have questions?
Yeah,
No,
do.
I was just going to say, are there any questions?
So the view protection from this viewpoint, if you go, it's a specific spot, correct?
That's right.
So as you move across the horizon, that changes the angle and that component, correct?
Correct.
So the trees, I mean, if I moved off to, would be my left, those trees essentially out of this view today, if I come straight back, would be in the viewpoint and would be under control? Or are they not under?
So the trees that are in here, if you want to be able to see the city skyline, you'd have to take those trees out. There isn't a perspective up here at this time from which you can see the entire city skyline. There's different perspectives on Mount Hood, depending on where you are, for sure, because you can adjust your view on Mount Hood itself. But the trees have really grown up. Those are in the Rose Garden and around the reservoir, the water reservoirs there, and they've really grown up to be quite tall.
But the idea that from point zero where you make the measurement, essentially out 180 degrees, 90 degrees either way, is not protected. So if you rotate it out 45 degrees, that 45-degree angle view is based on a straight-on view.
It is. This is based on a single point where we've
Single
taken this picture, which is at the very center of that pavilion that is located outside of the tea room there.
Okay.
So there's a big pavilion right there, and we took the center point of that as our viewpoint.
Tell me what the rationale is that people don't walk
They
either side
absolutely
of
do.
that.
We could
so-
pick 2, 3, 4 different viewpoints if we wanted to and do a number of different things. I think what you'd end up with is the discussion would be the same. How much do you want to limit tree canopy removal? You know, if you're standing over here and you're looking that direction, it would be more of that space. And so we tried to limit it to a viewpoint and a smaller area of tree canopy removal.
Can I ask a question? So those trees are on public property, you said?
Yes,
So
they
the city
are.
could prune them if they wanted to
So
keep the
today,
tree.
the Washington Park Rose Garden has a Title 11 tree permit. It's a programmatic tree permit for tree pruning and tree removal. They can amend that if they want to. So this doesn't preclude removal of trees outside of that area. This simply says that we, under the Scenic Resources Protection Plan, would prioritize this area here.
So Eli and then Gary.
Are there, I haven't done all my homework. Is Council Crest a rose garden of those view corridors?
There are multiple view corridors from Rose Garden, and Council Crest is outside of our impact area.
Okay, I guess, okay, and the root of the question is, you have to pay to go to the rose garden. The other places you can get to for free.
Japanese Garden, you also have to pay to enter.
I mean, the Japanese garden,
Yeah.
the one we're protecting, you have to pay for.
Yes.
Are there ones that you, if you want to see Mount Hood, you didn't want to pay anything or couldn't pay anything? Are there anywhere in that area that you would be able to see it?
From the Rose Garden, there are multiple locations
Yeah.
to view the mountains, and it's free.
And it's protected, view corridor, in terms
Yes.
of, you can't do development to block it?
Yes, we have 5 or 6, I've lost count now.
Okay.
And so, no, they're not all of Mount Hood. There's multiple,
Sure.
there's Mount Hood, Mount St. Helens. We actually have a Mount Adams view up there that we're protecting as well.
Okay,
And those are low enough that we have height limits associated with a number of those too.
thanks.
Mindy, is there a special cultural meaning to the way the view is constructed from the perspective of the advocates of the Japanese garden? I mean, there are two very different compositions of the view, and I'm wondering if there are important cultural meanings.
I guess I wouldn't want to speak directly to that. I'd rather have that group come and speak about that. But in their testimony, they did talk a lot about the borrowed landscape as a theory, which basically it applies to the natural landscape. So Mount Hood is a borrowed landscape in this view, and we borrow the landscape. That theory applies to the natural landscape, so I think that supports the framing elements of the vegetation itself. But again, I would rather have them talk to the cultural importance of this view and the different elements of the view.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember from the testimony, there were some who were arguing to maintain the view below the timberline, is that correct?
Not for this view.
Not for this one, okay.
No, so I think mostly that came in, we were talking about the view of Mount Hood from Vista Bridge, which we did set at 1,000 feet below timberline, which is our
Right.
policy.
Okay. That's
And
what I was
some of that
saying.
testimony went below that.
So in this case, I want to make sure I heard you correctly, there's no proposal to limit building height because,
We don't need to,
right, you'll still see Hood.
to 1,000 feet below timberline, right?
Okay, so any more clarifying questions? Doesn't look like it. So then the next question is, are we in support of staff's recommendation? Everybody who is in support, please raise your hand. And not support? Okay, we have one not supportive, but I think the rest are. We have an ambivalent, okay, chairman.
Okay, so we're moving on to B2, which is the view
Sorry,
of,
can I just ask one question before we move on? I really apologize. So and Mike, you can listen, that's fine. So the Rose the Japanese garden could go to the Parks Bureau and ask them to do some pruning, and that wouldn't violate anything we've just done here today.
That's right.
We're just saying, as a matter of scenic protection, we're not guaranteeing you that.
We're not
mean-
lending it that kind of weight with this protection plan. So this area, I pushed the wrong button. This area here is the area where we're saying we think tree
Right.
removal should be considered to preserve that view. The Parks Bureau could come in and do, through a programmatic permit, could do other pruning and tree removal within any of
So
this
if
area.
their views they felt were threatened by tree growth, what's their process? Parks Department, I assume it's who manages it, says, you know, geez, we're starting to lose tree canopy, starting to encroach on this view of Mount Adams we really like.
Sure.
What would be their process?
So because they have a programmatic permit through Title 11, they would need to amend that permit to, and it's a discretionary review, it's done by the Urban Forestry Commission. They would come in, they would do a amendment to their programmatic, and they would make a case for why they would need to remove trees. And they would need to replace those trees somewhere on this property or pay a fee in lieu for doing that. What they wouldn't be able to do is say, hey, the Scenic Resources Protection Plan says I should remove those trees there.
Is there anything the Japanese garden can do to say, we have a view that's really important, say those trees all of a sudden grow up to the point where they block Mount Hood? Take them down?
So it's not, none of our codes require that you remove the trees. In this case, we are simply prioritizing that you do consider this area. We would like to see this view preserved long-term. I will say, however, within that red box, the height limits apply to vegetation too. So if you were to prescribe planting a tree that would pierce a height limit, and you'd have to come down into the central city because we don't necessarily have height limits in the park itself, then you would need to meet the height requirements based on the establishment of whatever that full-size tree would be.
So you said that Parks would have to make the case. To whom? Internally? To the city forester? Is that it?
Correct.
There's no public involved in review?
No, it's a discretionary review, so and I don't know you might know more than I do, what their noticing process is for that. I don't know, I'd have to come back on that. You ready to move on?
Yep, let's do
Okay.
that.
Okay, so this is the view of Vista Bridge from Jefferson Street. So just a quick reminder, we have two views in this area. This is Goose Hollow. And we're actually talking about the view standing at, well, not necessarily standing, but here at Jefferson Street for I-405 overpass and looking up at the Vista Bridge itself. The top map shows existing heights on Jefferson Street, which are limited to 30 to 45 feet. And that is to preserve the view that's been in place. And then the proposed draft heights are shown down here. I know it gets complicated. That's because of the two view corridors crossing the same area. And we, in the proposed draft, increased heights slightly to 40 to 60 feet along Jefferson Street. We received testimony on this, a couple of different types of requests. First, many of the Goose Hollow residents requested that we keep the existing heights, this top map. They cited Jefferson Street as an important gateway to the neighborhood, and the View Vista Bridge is unique in Portland. Second, a local developer asked for heights to be increased along Jefferson Street to 75 feet to allow for typical 5/1 construction. He noted that Jefferson Street is identified as a commercial corridor, and 75 feet would support redevelopment around a light rail stop. That same testimony suggested moving the viewpoint to a location where more of the view could be viewed, or more of the bridge could be viewed. We have 3 recommended changes here, and I'm going to walk through each of these separately, and we'll come back to the slide so you can read them later. So first, we are recommending keeping Jefferson Street as a view street from I-405, but increasing the heights to 75 feet along Jefferson Street. Increasing those heights will have a slight impact on the view of Vista Bridge from I-405. The area in red shows existing heights in the bridge, and this shows the 75 feet in the bridge, so it does have an impact on how much of the arch you can see. Although we agree Jefferson Street is a gateway into the district, you can only see the bridge at I-405 if you're in a car or on a bike. You can't see it from the sidewalks. You actually have to cross the street and stand in the middle of the street to see the view of the bridge. On the sidewalks, tree canopy or existing buildings blocks the view.
Those trees.
You can still, I know, storm trees. You can still see the bridge, obviously, from I-405, but it is a slight impact. The second recommendation is to add a new viewpoint at Collins Circle. So this is I-405 over here. This is Collins Circle here. So we're recommending adding a new viewpoint here. Unlike I-405, the Collins Circle is a safe location to stand and take in the view. The photo there on the left side, you can see more of the arch from this location today. And because the street is pretty much straight from here on, the right-of-way protects most of this view. You can see that increasing the 75 feet doesn't impact the view from Collins Circle. The Collins Circle is also a main entry point for pedestrians because of that light rail stop, which is right here. The third recommendation is to add an action to the plan to develop a formal viewpoint here at Collins Circle. Although this is a public area here, the Collins Circle is publicly owned, it's completely unutilized because today pedestrians are directed around that circle. So simply adding a couple of crosswalks, sidewalk, and developing a viewpoint not only would activate this open space, but it would also improve connectivity in that area. So those are our three recommendations, and I'll open it for discussion.
Questions?
This is a kind of general question. I like the idea of adding a viewpoint, but in our previous discussion, there was one point. Are we going to do this so that people have, if you want to look up from Mount Hood, from the Japanese garden, you need to be in this 6 square feet to see it. Point kind of a plaque on the ground or something, footprints, to see for these viewpoints, because they're all point specific. They're not like,
They are.
a broad park here, you can see it from, it's a point specific. And are we putting those points as a broad discussion item to council to say, you need to have those points pointed out or designated somehow?
So all the viewpoints are designated in terms of on the maps. We have a general recommendation throughout that if there is not a developed viewpoint at a designated viewpoint on the map, that we need to have some form of development there. So a sign, a bench, something that denotes this as the location from which to see a particular focal feature.
So the Japanese garden would get a bench or?
Right, so, and we have actions in the plan. So this would be adding another action to the plan, that this would be an area to develop a viewpoint. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Any other questions? Michelle?
Does Parks control Collins Circle?
I believe it's right-of-way.
City or try not?
City. Yeah.
Chris, did you have a question?
I did, thank you.
And then you can go, Jeff.
A little grabby there, Jeff. So going back to the original viewpoint on the I-405 overpass, if we wanted to protect that piece of arch that you're kind of giving away here, what would we have to do to building heights?
So we had recommended that you could still go up slightly in the area. So if you can see here, there's tree canopy that's covering part of it. It's actually some other structure that's hard to see in this picture here. So we had brought the heights up slightly, 40 to 60 feet in this area to still preserve most of the arch. That really doesn't increase any flexibility for development along here.
But between the two, I can see more of the arch on the left, right?
Yeah.
Right, so if we wanted to.
This is where the building would be today, which is at about 30 to 40 feet. This is going to 75. So, you can keep it at what it is today. If you want to keep this view here, it doesn't then support the redevelopment along Jefferson Street.
So how many lots would that affect?
The main lot that affects, that is pretty significant one, is this lot right here, which is surface parking, right? And then there's a building next to it. This is that surface parking lot right there.
That's the auto dealership?
So right here on this corner, which is the light rail stop, if we want to activate ground floor retail and residential above, then 75 feet is the more efficient way to get that.
Okay, thank you.
I guess from a philosophical standpoint, I have a hard time suggesting that the city spend money to improve a viewpoint of a bridge where we have other pressing needs for public resources. Maybe there's other reasons to do it, but I don't think this would be the one. I think there's a bigger picture question on the viewpoint thing. Staff's done an awesome job on this and on other topics, but there's something that the commission might think about is allocation of staff resources and times towards topics. And we've got at least 8 inches on Central City, about half of that is scenic resources, and we got like 3/8 of an inch on trying to get people under housing. So I know this distracts from the current conversation, but as someone who comes to the commission, and this is political, really, it's kind of frustrating that we have such a high, when there's triage and allocation of staff resources, that we get to spend this much time on scenic resources, which are important issues, but only important if you have a place to get out of the rain.
I can say something just quickly to Collins Circle, and then you can talk about the rest of it. So this Collins Circle area, true, it is a viewpoint issue, and I think that could be a catalyst for this, but Goose Hollow is deficient in utilized open space, and this right now is not a utilized open space because there is no safe way to get there by pedestrian, right? So with some simple improvements here, we could actually get at a number of things: improving pedestrian connectivity, utilizing an existing open space that is not being utilized, and getting a developed viewpoint.
So, totally appreciate your viewpoint. I'm sure there's 1,000,001 people at this table, around these tables, that would like to comment. What I'd like to suggest is if we have clarifying questions, let's please just ask clarifying questions, and let's kind of stick to the topic today, and we can kind of take that on. Sorry. So, if you have a clarifying question,
No more speech.
It wasn't just you. There was everybody leaning in, and it'd be a great discussion to have at another day. With respect to everyone's time. So I'm not seeing any other clarifying questions. So why don't we just take each of these as one by one? So, so support for, people raise your hands if you have it. Number 1, which is to amend the heights along Jefferson to 75 feet. I think we have unanimous support there. Support for adding a new viewpoint at Collins Circle. I think we pretty much have it there. Opposed?
And I'll make my comment. I can't see how you're going to gain a public benefit out of that open space. If Goose Hollow needs open space, has there been an inventory? Has there been an analysis of where there's some other opportunities? Because I'd have to see the design and the cost to see how you're going to turn that traffic circle. There's no surrounding uses. It just strikes me, I'm familiar with that area, that it's a really, to establish your viewpoint as an excuse to then try to develop public open space, a park of some kind, I'm very skeptical. So I don't know if anyone wants to reconsider, but I'm just not sure, following Eli's lead, that that's an efficient use of resources.
So is there anybody that wants to change their support after Jeff's comments? No? Thank you, Jeff.
Okay, look at it.
And then item number 3, is there support for adding actions to develop the viewpoint? It would seem silly not to if we're going to go that way, but if you want to decline supporting those actions, please raise your hands. I'm sure Jeff may. Okay, thank you.
Okay. So now the big one. View of Mount Hudson Salmon Springs. So just a quick reminder, there are 5 locations today along the West Side Greenway Trail where you can see Mount Hood. This is one of them. Salmon Springs is a large developed viewpoint. You can see it here on this right-hand screen. It's a large developed viewpoint. It has seating and telescopes. It's located at the Salmon Springs Fountain, which is the heart of Tom McCall Waterfront Park. The views of Mount Hood are iconic to Portland, and this is a regional asset that contributes to Portland's imageability. Having said that, in the discussion draft, we proposed that none of the 5 views of Mount Hood from the West Side Greenway Trail be protected, largely because of the economic impact in the Central East Side. We heard back from the public on the discussion draft that we were undervaluing the importance of this view itself, that this really is important to Portland and the region and should be preserved for future generations. So we decided to elevate it in the proposed draft by recommending a protection of it, and that's why it's in front of you. These existing heights are on the top map there. They allow for 100 to 200 feet around the MLK Grand Corridor. The other area is IG1 base zone, so it has no height limit. In the proposed draft, which is the bottom map, you can see that the heights would have to be significantly reduced. So to the west of 6th, you're looking at 25 to 45 feet, and to the east, you're looking at 50 to 80 feet. This area here, the 45, is not related to the view corridor, and you'll be hearing, maybe not later tonight, but at a later date, about 11th and 12th, about that area. We heard a lot of testimony. You guys heard a lot of testimony from property owners in this area about their concerns on impacts to development around in this space here. We also did hear testimony from Portland residents in support of the view corridor. Staff are recommending making changes to the geography of this view corridor. So first, we recommend narrowing the view corridor. The orange is the proposed draft. The red line is the recommended narrowing of the view corridor. This takes into consideration that some of the northern portion of the mountain cannot be seen because of existing development and vegetation within the city itself. When you narrow this, that takes out 15 properties from the view corridor. Second, we recommend raising the bottom elevation of the view corridor. So I said before, we have a general policy for Mount Hood that if you can see 1,000 feet below timberline, that's where we're going to set the view corridor at. In this case, we actually have vegetation in Portland that's blocking the view of timberline. So we recommend raising that bottom elevation to timberline itself. So here's what that looks like. This is the proposed draft. So you can see, you can't really see this part of the mountain, so we narrowed it. And it's really hard to tell, but there's vegetation in here, and we brought it up slightly. So there's really no impact to the view of Mount Hood itself by making these changes. We do preserve the integrity of the view, and having some of those taller buildings actually can help frame the view itself. So this is what the heights would look like. So you've got the proposed draft on the top and the amended heights on the bottom. It's a slight increase. It's not big. 1,000 feet at the mountain is not much when you get down to the river, but it's something. So you're looking at the area, then again, looking to the west of 6th, you're looking at 35 to 50 instead of 25 to 45. And then out there, you are looking at 60 to 95 instead of 50 to 80 feet. This would reduce the overall economic impact by about $5 million, and it would add back about 500 jobs to the jobs capacity, making these amendments. But there's still an impact, so let's talk about that. So this is looking at the BLI site. So with the economic analysis that we do in the ESEE, we base that off of the economic opportunities analysis and the buildable lands inventory that was recently adopted with the comp plan. So these red properties are BLI sites. So there's the two ODOT blocks here, and then there are two around the MLK Grand Corridor. And looking at both of these, they're currently developed with warehouse. And the recommended amendments, while increasing a little bit the stories they could get, it still cuts from the current allowance about half of the stories on these properties. The economic impact on the BLI sites is between $720,000 and $2.9 million. And the reduction in jobs on these sites is between 100 and 400. Just a reminder, we do have a surplus of jobs in this district, so we're cutting into the surplus, but we're not affecting our ability to meet the EOA targets from the comp plan. We have non-BLI sites, so most of the other sites are not BLI sites. We don't anticipate them to redevelop within the lifetime of this plan, but we should take a look at them. So these two here are also developed with warehouses today, and again, we're looking at half or more reduction in the stories that could be achieved on those sites. And although we don't anticipate them, excuse me, to redevelop within the lifetime of this plan, they could, and that would have a true economic impact on those properties. And let me come back to the LID. Chris was waiting for this. Come back to the LID. So the view corridor also crosses the LID area. That's the area circled in purple there. There are 29 properties that are in the view corridor that are also in the LID area. And the assessments on those properties ranged from $1,608 to $37,000, with an average of $7,000 being paid. And as Brandon said, this was a one-time fee. So unlike the historic districts, the reduction in height here would make it difficult on properties to achieve their FAR. So we're recommending that we come back to you in January when we talk about FARs and bonuses, that we, staff, develop a proposal to prioritize FAR transfer out of this view corridor for these properties. And I'm going to leave it there just to quickly summarize, and then we can get into all kinds of details on this. So on one hand, we have a view of Mount Hood from Salmon Springs at the heart of Tom McCall Waterfront Park, regional asset, contributes to tourism. If we don't protect this view and all the rest of the views of Mount Hood from the Greenway Trail will be gone, likely by 2035. On the other hand, protecting this view has pretty significant economic impacts on the properties within it. So it's really just, it comes down to a question of, is the public good of the view outweighing the private impacts? And I will leave it there.
Mike, and then Chris.
Well, as the presentation went on, I shifted. You know, when I think of views of Mount Hood, I think of the Rose Garden, I think of their numerous other opportunities that exist. And when we talk about activating the river and talk about improving habitat along the river and the Greenway, on this one, I come down and saying, look, I'd rather see more trees there, frankly. In this particular instance, understanding that there are other opportunities and I think Mount Hood is iconic to the city of Portland. There's no question about its importance. But I think there are other opportunities that make up for perhaps not going with this particular view, which has surprised me that I said that. But the logic, as you made the presentation, became clear to me.
Okay. Chris?
So I'm going to make a point, and then I'm going to contradict it.
Which means don't say anything.
So transferring FAR away from the streetcar corridor is kind of nonsensical from a public policy point of view. I mean, we want FAR there to create ridership and trigger the economic development. You know, it's the place where the FAR is going to get utilized to its highest and best use. So that that's a concern. And obviously, having people who paid into an LID not be able to tap the FAR they thought they were getting is a concern as well. But to me, this is the toughest call in all the things we have to look at tonight. I actually, in some ways, think this is above my pay grade here. And what I want to do is send this decision on to council, but frame it up with the right consideration so that we're helping make the case on both sides in the clearest way possible to the council. Because I think if you're going to give away this viewpoint, that should be a city council decision. And I think perhaps if we took it out, council will be less likely to add it in a discussion than if we leave it in and make them confront the trade-offs. So I'm sort of leaning towards leaving it in, but in our letter having a real clear statement of the trade-offs and saying, it's your job to decide this. So that's my current thinking on this.
Eli?
I think my inclination is towards what Commissioner Houck said. I think this is, if you want to see Mount Hood, this is not where I've been in Portland for 25 years, and I came into this discussion and realized that's one of the spots you can see it from. I'm sure I've seen it before, but that's not why I go to that viewpoint. And so I think there's, it's got a lot of, it cuts out a lot of developable parts of the city, and I think that it's accidentally still available as a viewpoint, and but not wanting to twist our arms to preserve the other ones out there.
No, Michelle was.
We're into fair.
I have a disclosure. I spent the weekend at the Land Institute in Kansas with Wendell Berry and other folks who have been very much part of the agricultural redevelopment movement and the importance of getting back to the land. So I just want to make that disclosure, but I find myself, the argument that they make is what's important is a very intimate relationship with nature and a relationship that you have on a very detailed level. And when I look at these views and see Mount Hood sandwiched in between a bunch of buildings, it doesn't really get there. I hate to see Mount Hood disappear from the downtown area, but on the other hand, it's just dwarfed in this view by the surrounding urban development, and it doesn't have the context at all that the 1971 view from Japanese Garden had. So I find myself really gravitating to Mike's position, which is more, is there something we can do to improve the visual and spiritual and emotional connection to the river downtown, rather than trying to look at something 50 miles away, which brings with it a substantial economic and jobs cost to the community. So.
I kind of look at this differently. We talk about the economic and jobs cost, but if you have ever been downtown, and I think we all have, at this location, it's visitors. It's not Portlanders that go down there, it's visitors. Those are the jobs and economic development. And I would argue that sandwiching in an iconic product, and it really is a product. We sell Mount Hood as a viewpoint of Portland. You look at our brochures, PBA, everything has Mount Hood on it. Beer, geez.
Eric.
Yeah, it's donuts, yeah. So it's something we sell as a product to create jobs and value and bring money to Portland. And now to say, because of the economic value of some businesses, where's that balance in my mind? And really, I think it's a council decision. I agree with Chris here that give them the full viewpoint and let them pull that away, because it is really the restaurant and the hotel association and actually Travel Oregon and all those people that are going to complain that there's no view of Mount Hood anymore. It's a framed view in a building, and that view, that's not Mount Hood. You want to see Mount Hood, you want to stand there. I mean, we've all probably been down there and seen people taking selfies of them in Mount Hood. Where's the value of the tourism that view brings down to Salmon Springs as a counter to just the jobs that you're going to lose from building height? I also have a concern about the LID and the transfer of that policy-wise opens a Pandora's box.
Michelle, and then Mike.
So on that LID issue, I just have a question for when you come back to talk about FAR transfers and other ways to possibly, setting aside for a minute the community value of the jobs that are at issue there, just the fact that people, normally I would say, zoning changes and you can't expect or rely on the fact that it may always change the same. I feel different though when somebody has, paid into a charge that was based on a certain amount of development. So my question is, has the city ever paid for view easements? Because that would be another way to potentially deal with the fact that people are potentially losing something.
Mike?
Yeah, not a rebuttal. My rationale had nothing to do with jobs. It had to do with our interest in focusing on the river, and I think that there are fabulous opportunities that actually may preclude that view at some point in the future if we have a decent riparian zone there, so.
Sounds like it.
As a matter of fact, I am. Given that we have other opportunities to see Mount Hood. Actually, most of the frame views are from the rose gardens.
Okay, so Teresa and Andre.
So is there another place where the view, I mean, I know Seven Springs is historic and it's got a lot of things developed already around it. Is there another place that might be easier for us to maintain a view of Mount Hood?
Sure, we looked at, there's 5 locations that we looked at. This one has the least economic impact of all 5. All the rest of them cross Central East Side, and some of them are considerably more impactful than this. The other places that we looked at are from the bridges, and so another view that we're recommending protection is from Tillicum Crossing. If you look at all 10 of those, so bridges plus the Salmon Springs, in terms of just impact, it's the least impactful is Tillicum, the next less impactful is Salmon Springs, and it goes up from there.
Okay, so are there any other kind of additional thoughts or clarifications? Oh, sorry, Andre.
The viewpoint crosses 2 ODOT properties.
Yep.
So does that limit ODOT from, there's a freeway there, and there's a ramp coming down that's below that, but at some point, that's got to, I mean, it's in our plans to relook at that. Does that limit them from going up above that viewpoint?
So we are talking with PDC, they have this, and we're continuing to have conversations with them. Narrowing the view corridor takes a lot of the impact off this northern block for them, so actually allows a lot more opportunity for PDC to potentially do work up there. The southern block is not in the view corridor at all, so it's really the portion of the center block there that might have some impacts.
Well, the ODOT ramp is, I guess, looking at.
Oh, the new ODOT ramp. So I don't have that on here, but there is, so when you look at these sites, the whole site isn't available because there's an area to the east along here that isn't allowed to have the development for the potential redo of the ramp. So I was just considering the area that's outside of that. So you can see most of that is outside the view corridor on this, entirely here, and more than half in the middle. So some impact, yeah.
So, but the ODOT ramp height, has that been looked at?
I don't know what the height is. I don't know if
I know they've talked
shared
about the
that.
height.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Okay.
I think this is the seismic upgrade ramp because the Markham has been seismically upgraded, but the on-ramps have not. So this would, my understanding is that this is a replacement ramp for what's there now that would be seismically upgraded. And I don't know, I haven't seen a height on that.
Let's just.
It's a great question.
So if there's no more clarifying questions, my kind of gut at the moment here is to maybe start with taking a fielding Chris's question. And then if there's support for that, then I guess it's a discussion of whether we kind of look at narrowing the view or not.
Right.
And if anybody has kind of some objections or concerns about that, I guess I'd kind of look around, I'm not seeing anything. Since everybody weighed in, I'm going to take my chair purview and just kind of say, in all honesty, I've been struggling with this one. As a native Portlander, I also never knew this view existed. But I do think once you guys showed it to me, I was like, wow. And it is a really amazing view and a great opportunity and a great place to sell it for tourism. So I am very torn. Thus, I guess, Chris kind of gave us this, I feel like the week out in a way, but but I appreciate it. So that's why I'm starting there with the kind of hand vote. So in favor of, which would be supporting maintaining the view corridor, but kind of somehow framing in our letter of discussion at council how tough this is for us, and the recognition that we think it needs more time and airtime. Hands up on that. 1, 2. Yeah, so this would be, if you support maintaining the view corridor, not that yet, just maintain, we'll take that up as a vote after this. So this is just in general, maintaining the view corridor, and then with kind of the caveat of, we're going to try to frame the discussion for council of the discussion we've been having tonight.
And that includes future discussion of the FER transfer and all this other stuff, right? Okay.
So if just kind of general hands up on, do you kind of just, we'll keep kind of taking some questions to narrow kind of where we're going, but that thought process. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so the rest are opposed.
Can I toss out another idea?
Sure.
Of dropping this view corridor, but supporting the Tillicum Crossing view corridor, which is further down the agenda. But giving you one place you can go to without climbing the hill to see Mount Hood, probably quite nicely. It's pedestrian, bike, anyway, I just wanted to toss it out there as an idea. That's what's going through my head as a middle ground.
I wouldn't trade them off. I think
Yeah,
Telecom is specifically designed as having a view spot. And so I'm for the Telecom one, and this is the one I'm struggling with.
At the moment, though, I don't think we have the votes to preserve the view corridor from what I just, so basically, right, it was 5 against 6. So that's kind of what that vote was. I guess just then maybe hands up that the next vote is just make sure we're confirming it, do not preserve the view corridor.
We're going to take that vote. I'd like to be a roll call.
I think we should, so on one hand, it would be easy, so my rationale was, on one hand, it'd be easy to punt it off to council, but, I mean, just, I'm still dwelling on what Eli said, right? Like, I don't want some of these questions to be continually dominating conversations when we have issues like affordable housing that need to be addressed. So my concern, again, is continuing to punt these issues down the road and to dwell and dwell and dwell. And the Tillicum Crossing seems like an easy.
So
Well,
if I'm gathering you, that what you're
I'm
saying
going to have
then
my 2
is.
seconds then to say, this is important stuff that we need to deal with.
I absolutely agree, and I want to finish the discussion, and I would say we're going to have a vote on Tillicum as a vote on Tillicum, and this is a vote on this, and it sounds like if you're opposed to preserving this view corridor, that's completely okay. Jeff?
I think perhaps a 6-5 vote will help send a signal to council that we're pretty tortured over this one. And my only addition would be, whether, I don't know, the form and part of our communication to the city council, that if they go forward, and you said you were going to come back and look at some options about trading out FAR, I would ask you to, or some kind of bonus, something to compensate, was that the idea?
Well, if you're recommending to not preserve
No, I
this view
meant if-
corridor, then we would not
Correct.
do that work.
I agree, no, my
Okay,
point was
okay.
in communicating to the council that if they disagreed with our 6-5
Okay.
vote and wanted to reinstate it, I would recommend that in addition to looking at some kind of FAR bonus trade-off, look at other ways to sort of compensate the property owners, fee waivers in the future, or other ways that they could feel some form of compensation, not just limited to transferring FAR, because that might not really be much of one. So I don't know if it's fee waivers, I don't know, probably don't want to touch property taxes, but other forms of compensation you might consider.
Madam
Well,
Chair.
this is a classic situation where our letter of conveyance to city council, we can express exactly the conflicted nature of this particular decision. We've done that in many instances.
Absolutely. Joe?
Well, just if I could just recommend, decision go, no go on this view corridor is actually the cleanest. The idea of compensation is an interesting one. We haven't gotten to inclusionary housing yet. And so we haven't gotten to the cumulative cost of some of these other things. So when you're at the end and you see that whole package, would be a time where my suspicion is you're going to find many other things in this plan that you've already recommended that you're going to be struggling with the compensation issue over. So go, no go on this is probably the cleanest without pretending that we're really going to find a compensation package that's that significant, because we're going to have other demands.
Gary?
Madam Chair, a process suggestion. I wonder if we should go through the whole group of view corridors and view issues and then come back and do voting, because there's not enough context here, I think. And there's probably a blend that we want to capture between the river, views of urban technology, views of nature in the distance, and I would be able to handle the decision making much better if we had a chance to discuss the whole mess first, and then come back and vote on the elements.
Unfortunately, that isn't the items in here, so I didn't put together a presentation about the mix of the different types of views and the different mix that was there. These are specifically related to either things we heard from you or from testimony about.
So, go ahead, Sally.
But given that it's 9 o'clock, we could come back with more discussion of views at a future PSC session.
Okay. So, Joe?
So before we let it pass, I mean, if there is a sense of a direction that the commission wants to go, I would like to not let that moment slip by, but we can bring back it more and talk about it in all the context. I think the context you're seeing with this is the most compelling argument for or against that particular view.
Just, even though I'm on the losing end of this viewpoint thing, I'm good with 6.5, moving on, and
But
Huh?
to complicate that, if we don't think we can meaningfully deal with the compensation issue, then I'm switching to don't protect the view.
Well, right
So
now,
it's
it's
now
at don't
6.4.
protect the view.
Okay, but I don't want it to be 6.5, I want it to be 6.4, because if we
Six.
don't think that's a meaningful discussion that's going to happen down the road, then I'm not comfortable protecting the view. So I'm just switching.
Got it.
so
Okay.
what does that do? What do we,
It's,
7.4?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm good with just whatever the vote is.
I
7.4,
I am as well.
6.5.
I am as well, moving on from the issue and letting the vote stand and saying we're moving forward with not protecting the view. So that being said, we're at 9 o'clock. You've got, the remaining items, I believe, are the ones that were pulled for discussion, that we had not targeted to discuss. Is that correct?
That's right. I mean, we could just quickly, let me tell you what they are very fast, and then maybe we can decide which ones you may want to really talk about. I can speed through them, because I think there's a few you may not really want pulled. Does that make sense?
So I'm going to look to Andre. Andre, are you understanding the criteria a little bit more? Are you still
Yeah,
wanting to have discussion?
So my concern on the skyline from Sullivan's Gulch, I-84, is there's a project being proposed by ODOT down 84, rebuilding that whole intersection in the next 20 years. And my thought is, that's a bunch of, at least what I've seen in the preliminary plans that were kind of tossed around a couple of years ago, big flyovers, changing that, and
So which space are you
coming
looking at?
down I-5, number B5.
Right, so I moved to the map here, so this
Oh,
is the
okay.
view. So this
it
is
would-
existing,
it would-
this is
That's
proposed.
existing, but proposed, and I'm just, the concern is, you're also impacting ODOT facilities, and is ODOT going to be okay saying you can't get, if you're saying the building height can only be 75 feet, is that also a ramp height?
It's a great question. They haven't expressed any concern, but we also haven't reached out directly to them on this particular one, so we can do that. So within this area here, we're looking at 70 is the lowest here, 100 feet down by the river. In this space here where the ramps come up and over that area there. Today, it's 80 feet across the board in that space there. So it's more defining is what we're looking at.
If you haven't talked to them, that's fine. I'll pull the rest of them. I'm good with how you're going forward, so I'm good with
Okay, so maybe just, can we leave that you'll follow up with ODOT
You can follow
on
up
that
with ODOT,
particular
'cause I
one?
don't know what
And then, unless anybody else needs or has a desire to discuss the remaining B items, I'm not seeing anybody jump out of their seat.
There is a general, when you look at like, this question we just had from Salmon Springs, when you look at some of the other viewpoints of St. Helens and Mount Adams, it is that same kind of question of, are these views, iconic views you want to preserve? And I think council ought to have that discussion, maybe in the letter, I would just add.
Okay. Any other Nope, we're good. With that, we're adjourned. Thanks you, Mindy. Appreciate it. Thank you, everybody else, for hanging in there with us.